to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج بالبول وفريق يلا ايسبورتس يصعبوا بالفوز على اللاعب باندا نوك داون.
Welcome everyone, it's the final day here of Super Weekends at the PMPL PMPL Arabia. My name is Holland Wolf and I'm going to be joined one more time here by Imperium for final penultimate 5 matches here at Imperium that we have for the Super Weekend number 3. Before going into the finals, it is do or die. Are you excited?
I'm very much excited. I'm ready to see, can Mind Weapon step up to the plate? That's pretty much the only thing that needs to be said right now, Highland Wolf.
Yeah, it's down to them to seal their fate, but not so difficult is sealing your fate on that Oppo Reno 6 series. See upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series for designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, we said it, the Mind Weapon iKURD, they've got a big plate here to fill today in their 5 games. The biggest performance that they're going to have in not only this entire season so far, but of specifically any day that they've had in this event too.
I've been commentating PUBG Mobile for the guts of 3+ years. I've commentated countless PMPL, countless tournament that has this kind of format, and it always comes down to this. It always comes down to the final day, to the final set of games, whether it's crowning the winner of a tournament or whether it's crowning the top 16 to move into the finals stage. And the storyline in between, the weaving of the week 1, week 2, week 3 might be different. It might interchange. It might have some surprises, some ups and downs in different kind of fashion, but the ending is always the same. What team? In this case, one team can step up to the plate to knock that non-moving target off that 16th place spot and book their spot into the league finals. I'm just so excited. It's going to be game by game. It's going to be important.
Of course, check out, as we say, these league finals later on. No, this event here in Imperium, it is going to be later next week too. But when you're looking more closely here at the calendar, as we see, it is going to be the 10th to the 11th and the 12th. And of course, today, that's where we are looking at the 5th of March on our final Super Weekend series of games. And it is going to be a tough ride. I think, as you said as well, that non-moving target of Triple D, yes, they have no responsibility there on them, but they do have now the prayers and the wishes that Mind Weapon iKURD don't succeed. Although 5 games is up for grabs, not just for here, Imperium, the Mind Weapon iKURD to get the points, but also the amount of money up for grabs. $5,000 here for all of our 16 teams competing today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a motivational step, of course. I think at this stage, most of the teams will be just want to... a lot of teams will just want to get today over and done with, right? Bar the team or teams that we'll be talking about, and get ready for the finals, because all teams are going to be reset to 0. You see the prize pool of the finals, there's a good chunk of change involved for that. And the way the likes of Rico Infinity are going, at least, if they win the league finals and they continue on the trend of what they're going, they could walk away from this PMPL with a good 20 grand in their back pocket. I wouldn't be surprised if they get 2 chicken dinners today. I would low-key like to see it, because I don't think it's actually happened, or it's very rarely happened, where you've had one team in a PMPL grab 10 chicken dinners, and you've had that grand per chicken dinner on the line. So I'd like to see Rico do it. They certainly deserve it.
Look, they had 5 in the first Super Weekend. Then it was slightly less. Now it's even more less. But the one thing that hasn't changed, and I think going into the finals we should know, is that Rico Affinity Esports, they've been a very consistent team. The most consistent. Not only are they looking at those 10 chicken dinners, they're also now over 500 points with still 5 more games to go here in Imperium. It's a massive result, and they've not been overtaken at all on that Super Weekend overall rankings. And to look at what they now bring into next week, it's got to be something very scary on the minds of these other teams.
Over 40 games, they've had an average point per game of 12.65. Highland Wolf. 12.65. That is absolutely incredible. But they're not the only team that has impressed us, Highland Wolf. Of course, the teams that qualified for the Super Weekend have certainly been able to step up to the plate in some way, shape, or form. Dunak, KAMIKAZE, Triple D, and K12, they're the 4 teams that missed out on this final Super Weekend.
Consolidations, of course, for KURD12 not making it means that they are at least one of our confirmed teams not going to be making that finals, and they will no longer take part in our tournament. The hopes there for Dunak, KAMIKAZE, as we said, already going to be sealed for them. They're going to be inside of the finals, but Triple D, that is, as you say, the non-moving target that we have to be looking out for. The overall 5 matches, though, that it is on a mind weapon iKURD to take that 16th position is going to be our typical Erangel sandwich, starting with Erangel and finishing off with Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar in between for what has been, I think, some surprises, particularly though more from Miramar here in Imperium, has been more surprising to me than I think Sanhok through the course of this tournament.
Yeah, look, it's at the stage where I'm just not really worried too much about the different maps, right? I have stats on each team's strongest map, right, across this PMPL, but I'm not really going to look at it until we get to the league finals, because over 45 games, it can tell you a bit of a story, right? And it can show an element of a pattern, but when you've had different teams every single Super Weekend, there is that variable in play, right? And it gets to a point where some 45 games can, to an extent, be too many games, right? So
Yes.
to me, I'm looking at these 5 games to see what the teams can do, and then calculate the strength of each map coming into the league finals.
Yeah, Rico Infinity heading into our finals looking absolutely on fire. Nigma Galaxy, though, and NASR Esports, the 2 other teams that you talked about here in PMV, has also showed that consistency.
Yeah, like I said, NASR, to me, I think are top 3 worthy overall. Yes, CONQUEROR in their strongest times have probably looked more controlling, more aggressive, better than NASR. But I think across the games we've seen, and of course the total points speaks for that, I think NASR have been a little bit more consistent within that, and I think they've overall showed a little bit more stability. Whether or not that changes remains to be seen as we move on to the second page. And like we know, Revolution, Stalwart, KAMIKAZE, they're all good, even though KAMIKAZE aren't in this Super Weekend. RTG, they're fine. They're what, 9 points behind Triple D, 10. If you want to go past them, they'll be good coming into the league finals.
Yeah, they solidified their position. Triple D not playing, though, is not the case. And as we said, anyone above 14th and upwards is also very much comfortable heading on into those finals too. And that is all down to, of course, our final page here, Imperium, because headquarters 4K Esports did not have the 10 games that they needed to get in onto that leaderboard. And the Mind Weapon iKURD, to an extent, also very much struggling. Yes, they had one good game there on the Sanhok in yesterday's series, but that one match is not going to be enough to seal them another 57, 58 points at least to qualify here.
Yeah, so roughly about a 12-point average per game is needed in today's 5 games. That's not outside the realms of possibility. Again, a good kind of 20-point result in one game, a good 18 to 17-point result in a second game gives a really good cushion for the likes of Mind Weapon. The biggest thing is that they only have, leading into today's games, an average of 4.12 per game. That means they need to be 3 times as stronger in today's 5 games than they've been across the whole of the PMPL Arabia so far. The one positive I do need to give to Mind Weapon is yesterday was their strongest day of PMPL so far, where they got a pretty damn good result in Sanhok, and their average points per game was 6.2. That's still half of what they need, but my point is, it was an upward trend, so I'm really hoping that they take that positivity and they lean on it, they look to build on it, and they really come in today absolutely swinging.
Yeah, I think, of course, clouds, the sunshine were being, they have also had 10 more games, so Imperium, than the side of DDD Esports. So they should be well ahead here than DDD Esports, but because they're not, they have to show it in these final 5 games. However, as you say, rightly so, they are improving in the kills factor side of things. Hasn't been a problem here for the Mind Weapon iKURD. They've always been fairly decent at killing, or eliminating, should I say here, their opponents, but the placement points was the problem for them. And now, because they're only getting those placement points in recent matches, they don't have the extra boost that they needed from those series back in the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, and that's where I genuinely spent a good chunk of time thinking about and evaluating where these teams stood and what the results have meant and really where my mindset was at. And I need to correct myself, and I need to kind of hold my head up and say, I believe I was wrong when I highlighted that I kind of don't want to see a team with one Super Weekend underneath their belt getting into the league finals. Because the point you bring up of the Mind Weapon will have 15 extra games over DDD, that is a big thing, right? And yes, if they make it past DDD, fair enough. They made it past. They've deserved to get into league finals. But I think there is something to be said in a really big way. The fact that DDD, I know they haven't gotten through 2 Super Weekends, but in that one Super Weekend, they absolutely slayed like beasts to get an average of over 10 points per game. And I really looked into that, and I really kind of went, no, I look for consistency, but I can't deny that over 15 games, which the finals are going to be, I believe, 18 games, if I'm not mistaken, 15 to 18 games. That's a perfect balance, right? So I kind of go, no, DDD, that the recognition is deserved in that one Super Weekend they played.
Yeah, they were averaging points here, keep in mind, equal to the top 3 in our leaderboard. Exactly. That's how crazy it was that they had such an average in just their 15 games. And I want to see, though, DDD, yes, they're not playing in this Super Weekend, but to nod them at the start here, perform if they do make it in onto the finals as well as what they did in the Super Weekend, not the way in which they performed in the 2 weeks that they didn't make the Super Weekend. I think they're also a very fluctuant team. They can have very high highs, but also very low lows as well. The other team, though, as we jump in onto the first match here for our series of 5 today, is, as we said, going to be the Mind Weapon iKURD, who we need to look at. You could also argue that, well, headquarters 4K Esports, they have a chance, Han and Wolf, but they're going to have to average a ridiculous amount of points if you even want to consider that tiny 1% chance.
Yeah, as we look at this plane path sprawling from the south up and towards the north and the eastern side of the map, you're dead right. 4K and headquarters. We haven't really mentioned them, not because we don't want to get behind them, but that mountain, that climb is so big. An average of over nearly 20 points per game is required for both of those teams, and they currently lie in around a 6 to 6.7 points per game average, which definitely isn't bad, but it's nowhere near. It's a good 3 times less than what they require in today's 5 games. We'll have to wait and see. CONQUEROR looting up towards that ferry pier to kick things off, which is definitely a good thing. Mind Weapon, the team that we're really looking out for, dropping a little bit close to Nigma Galaxy around the Pachinki area, but I believe they'll stop in between School, Pachinki, grab the vehicles, and make their way to Watertown's Rune Split.
I also think that this first phase fairly nice for these players. Yes, the plane path not so much. We're going to have a little bit of congestion coming through, but tends to be a lot of these teams who like the more George Pole side, who like the Ruin side up towards even Rico there and shooting and Severny rotate very early on to get that position. You can see YaLLa should be making their rotation through towards that more hospital side. Is unfortunately, though, for Nigma, who do also tend to make that rotation, caught off guard here by the Mind Weapon iKURD. They've found at least one so far, but can they confirm it? A pistol is going to be very difficult to do so. Going to have to get a bit closer or find another weapon.
I would wonder if Mind Weapon want to try and push and confirm that. The risk being is they should know 2 + 2 = 5, that it is that one player from Nigma Galaxy, because of where they're located. So the thing is, do they want to really push it in case the rest of Mind Weapon, the rest of Nigma heavily look to punish them? No, as it happens, the kill has been confirmed. Nigma Galaxy didn't look to revive it, so the Mind Weapon, hey, look, they started this game off with 1 elimination point. You take it, but they need to multiply that elimination point by another 12.
Okay, but I also want to realize here the fact that the Mind Weapon iKURD, okay, they're the only team with a situation where we need to get points that can realistically get on into these finals. Is there then a possibility that we see today, maybe closer to the end, if the Mind Weapon iKURD are on track to get there in the finals, some teams who are already confirmed try to take out the Mind Weapon early on?
No. There's absolutely no reason why that should happen. Absolutely no reason at all. And I in no way, shape, or form want to see that happen. I'm the first to advocate for hot dropping when it makes sense. That makes 0 sense. The Mind Weapon should be essentially left alone, per se, within the natural aspects of dropping on their location. It's a good question, but I just have to instantly shut it down. It doesn't need to be entertained, basically.
Yeah, very unsportsmanlike, I think, is what we have to drag from it as well. If you are going to try to camp a team that has a possibility, you could also argue that, on the other hand, Mind Weapon iKURD, they should have been getting more points in these 30 matches, but still, I agree with you completely. It should not be the case. Stalwart here also going to be dropping it closer down towards this south line. Going to be finishing up their looting phase and moving forward in onto that more central point, Pachinki, usually where they begin to make their rotation through onwards. I'm more looking, though, towards that line of Rozhok, that line up towards Georgia Pool. That's where the congestion typically has been in the 2 zones that we had yesterday here in Imperium that look similar to this.
Yeah, it is similar to what we saw when it comes to previous circle shifts yesterday. So, yeah, the cube compound outside of South George is a good place to hold on to. The high ground of Rozhok, in which RTG got a very healthy result in yesterday's last game, is an important part to set yourself up from. Plus, even the Mind Weapon hanging on to Watertown is definitely not a bad place to be. Up on the north side of the river, you have that compound south of Shooting Range Hill, which has a hill either side of it, would be a great anchor point or starting point for the likes of YaLLa or Rico Infinity, who even has one player in Severny. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case coming out from these teams. You mentioned Stalwart. They've had a really heavy downward trend. At the start of last week's Super Weekend, they were in 5th, and they've dropped all the way down to 10th. Now, and I kind of alluded to this, and I've thought a little bit more about it. Haven't really come to any full conclusion, of course, because that's the way my mind can work sometimes. But I do have the question around how intentional has the drop down been from Stalwart? How intentional in the sense of going for something different in strategy, in positioning, in aggression, in communication to prepare for the league finals. Over the amount of games that we've seen across the 2 Super Weekends and the drop that they've had in a consistent manner, I really don't think most of it has been intentionally trying something new and it not working out. I really think they've just failed to adapt to the rest of the lobby, and the other teams around them have gotten stronger, and it's become increasingly harder for Stalwart UAE. They're by no means a bad team, but I just worry if that downtrend continues or even stagnates leading into the league finals.
Talking about stagnation, KAMIKAZE, of course, also sat in 11th position in the overall rankings. Now, yes, they're not playing, but there's only 2 teams currently with 10 more games in them that also haven't had the same amount of points, and that being 1EMILLION Esports and RAD. Now, equally, both of them going to be making it through on into the finals, but the point stands that they have been lacking in the consistency of getting points per game. 1EMILLION Esports having a very poor showing. I think previously in that second Super Weekend, the majority of their points coming through from the first Super Weekend primarily. And then also RAD, as you talked about that downward trend, have been beginning to settle down in what has been a fall in their consistency of points.
And it's just a lack of chicken dinner that also puts a question mark on their ability to really control and close out games when it matters. Either way, phase 2 is going to show up, and it goes a little bit down the southeast. It's not a massive shift, maybe not as centralized as I expected it to be, but it does take away a good chunk of that North River location. So a lot of priority is going to be around apartments, the compounds to the east of apartments, even the kind of Yasnaya fields to an extent, all in play.
Fortunate though, we're seeing RAD. We talked about them needing the points to prove to us that we can get a chicken dinner. It's not going great in his first game. 2 now knocked Desha under some significant fire. You can see also the split is not great. Satan cannot get really round. Will finally make the loop round to Desha, but is under fire, potentially getting caught. Izza as well going to look for another location, potentially to try look for the kill. No, instead they will just leave RAD. So as much as the 2 knocks were in place, it leaves RAD get both of those knocks back together.
I think RAD got a little bit lucky. The 963 didn't really want to push that. I know 963 are down to 2 players, but it's something they could have been a bit more aggressive. This is the final day of the final Super Weekend. Now, why not take some chances? Why not push yourself to the limits, even as a duo? You'd be surprised what you can discover as CONQUEROR. They've discovered one of the players of Revolution. Smoker is going to get an opening knock, looking for a second. Nearly makes it. It is with DP28. Going to switch over, go reload. Can't reload. Is he going to reload? He gets a knock with the second reload.
Unfortunately, Revolution, you said they met one of them CONQUEROR members. They didn't realize, so they met the entire team. And they all said hello and goodbye. Unfortunately, there to the edge of Smoker is there. He falls. One more. Going to be a second in total here for the Revolution crew. Down to final 2, as you said. Surprised at what they can do. I'm not so much convinced in their location. They've still got a high grounds with teams coming in potentially above them, and Conqueror still have that other end of the road to block. Conqueror.
Losing Caligoni is definitely not the worst thing in the world. They have a good spot inside this phase 2. I really like the spread from Falcons up on the northern side of the river, outside of Rozhok, essentially in between Rozhok and Yasnaya. The reason why it's such a good spread is not only is it a controlling spread in the sense of they're pretty close to each other, but because it's close to that kind of Yasnaya area that's more on the eastern edge of the circle, it's just such good exit potential on the phase 3 shift. If it goes in any way heavily down south, even if it's southwest, to be honest. And if it does straight up north with still the North River in line, they can gather themselves up much quicker. So this Falcons split is absolutely bang on.
Falcons used to do this split back in actually the spring of PMPL 2021 here in Imperium, and this was where they picked up a bountiful amount of points. I still remember the game where they picked up about 20 kills from this location, and it's going to go over to them. So it's now, will they be willing to take that split? They've gone closer together, but I think because as you see that zone then comes towards them, they're not going to get ready for another shift. Instead, they're going to go back to those locations in the hills and look for the control here. As you see also on that Rozhok bridge. Rozhok also being in play, though, does at least suffice to some protection for these many southern teams still to get into the zone.
You can see Falcons react to that circle shift extremely well. 4K is looking to make a quick rotation, maybe going a little bit deeper than they should without grabbing the information. See Revolution, the two players in this fight against KONQUEROR. They're not too far away from the southern edge of the circle, so they don't really need to be massively quick with this fight. It's still only phase 3, so it could shift back down south on phase 4, for example. But it seems like the two remaining players of Revolution looking to grab their tail and run in towards the edge of the circle.
Yeah, not really Rozhok where players want to be Euro Imperium, considering that it is going to be very difficult in the event that it does actually shift up northwards, and because it is going to be about a 65-70% northern zone, teams are going to just take the percentage chance that it is going to be here up on this northern side. Is also, I think, the heavy northern point of this zone, just to the edge of shooting range. Rico Infinity, a beautiful location too, controlling that flank side, and also going to have abilities to have that high ground information on teams also further deeper in onto the zone. Revolution also still, as we said, wave throw from Conqueror back up the hill onto NASR, which was the other problem, the other threat that they could face. Al-Hahi, now the only one left, is next. Gonna fall. Al-Hahi should be next. Gets inside of the window. Batika will chase him down, though, but upstairs he goes. Doesn't want any of it. Now the 1v1 in pursuit. Molly needed damage, but he wasn't ready for it. He just dropped in Revolution. No life in him here in his first match.
Batika didn't really worry about running through the fire because he had the flames of justice in front of him, and the focus is there to take down the last player of Revolution. The mind weapon, such an important fight for them as they go up against Twisted Minds. It's a 1v1. Nate being cooked up by Osama as a revive, I believe, came through onto one of the Twisted Mind players in through the side of the building. Not connecting, is going for the revive. I don't mind this from the mind weapon, but I also would like to see a little bit of, you know, grit and determination in the 1v1. We'll have to wait and see as Dami is in the back line. Can Twisted Minds deal with it? No, not the case. Oh no, Dami's going to push Osama further.
Sama almost hit. Yes, he gets hit by the nades. It went through the wall. A 9-6-3. Also going to fall down there alongside, unfortunately, the mind weapon iKURD. A miserable first game for them to get those points. Indeed, it won't be the case. Headquarters also the next on the chopping block is Rad. Step on in, but as it is doing the chopping, and Sadat just chopped down. Desha gonna fall beside him. Aziz looks for the kill, but maybe it's too greedy. Hughes takes up the bullets. Goods back in behind the shed, and now enemy joins up with the rest of the crew to try finalize here. That happens to Tan.
Headquarters does have a player on the cusp of the circle, although it looks like he's maybe going closer to help his team in this fight against Rad. Phase 4 shifted up towards the northwest. So these teams are outside the circle, but they can crawl their way in for an edge of circle position. But it seems like Rad want to just hightail this, and I don't disagree with them. Rip maybe looking for a bit of a chase as Headquarters are back up, still as a full squad.
They know they need the kills. They're trying to first for them, but instead, unfortunately, we lose one. The over-aggression catches him out, and it is now very far from the rest.
Lovely.
It's going to be a second knock through from Zaytan, and it doesn't go wide enough. But now, there falls potentially a third as enemy comes in for the support. Aziz will be revived. Shelby did a revive as well. Back onto enemy, but again, down they go so low. Shelby as well, caught on the backside. Look at Delhap. He's in the back lines of Headquarters. They finally find him, but it's slightly off, and Delhap strikes where perfectly he needs to.
That should in no way, shape, or form have gone as wrong as it did for Headquarters. They allowed themselves to get knocked like a feather through the air from the members of Rad. Plus, the fact that Rad disengaged meant that they were able to get ahead of them on the edge of the circle. I highlighted that Rip was close to the edge to begin with. He then tried and joined up, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but you only join up if you really absolutely want to execute the team fight. Whereas Headquarters didn't seem to want to. They didn't seem to really push hard enough on it, and Rad were able to slip away, and they made them pay.
It was his indecision as well to push in onto Rad, but then he realized he didn't really want to push, and then found themselves very split in their decision making. Split though here at slightly 1 million as they approach onto the fight versus Falcons. You can see the open terrain causing a lot of problems as they begin to make their summit up to the front of that flat ground, and an aid almost into the face as soon as he steps around that building. Falcons still in control of it. Molly further in. Stalwart also keep in mind on the sidelines, looking potentially hearing the shots for that third party, but it's Falcons with his beautiful position on the roof too, getting the eyes down, and ONEMILLION Esports don't have an eye on into it, and that's perfect from Never Alone. Uses that roof to expert perfection. Finally, they try to nade him down, looks for a second, but he's got one of his own, bowls it over onto him. Finally, he gets knocked, but it's from 4K, who find out Never Alone, and their Stalwart will clean up the extra one. Actually, no, it's 4K Golden who cleans it up, should I say. It's the fourth party that affects Falcons in their own demise.
Yeah, I was thinking, why aren't 4K looking to get involved? Because you're on the higher ground of the hill overlooking this building, and they took their time, but they finally made a bit of an impact. The fight in the hands of Falcons isn't over just yet, but with the circle popping up, centralizing there outside of it, the likes of RTG in front of them, Stalwart a little bit down south, 4K as well in front of them. Whoever wins this probably will go down, so I don't mind the fact that they're going for these elimination points.
Got to make the push, though. If they're going to try to survive afterwards, as you say, it's just going to look like both of them fall. So instead of 1 million, not opting for the fight, they're going to try go further in onto the zone, but they're going through everyone. And I think it's a mistake, as you said. They didn't realize the extent of the amount of players. And Jabal tries to get a pity point, finds down Damar, but they lost 2 for absolutely nothing. Now, Gaga just runs straight by Last, and I don't think he even cared for a moment that Last was there, but he punished him anyways for it.
Yeah, that was a really silly decision from 1 million. They should have just have taken the fight. Yeah, they got 1 elimination point, but they probably could have won the fight against Falcons. They had the body advantage. They got scared, and they paid the ultimate price. Falcons now going to look to disengage, but I can't imagine they're going to make it too far into the edge of the circle. They make it past 4K or in their own little fight against Nigma Galaxy, but if they're right out in the open, and if it's not 4K, it's RTG.
And RTG needed the points to solidify their 15 spots, at least, in onto the finals. 3 kills for them, overlooking everyone. They've got the position, they've got the zone in play for themselves. I mean, the only real other crew that can do that type of damage is YaLLa here, also in that south end to block out Twisted Minds, who in their own right are going to be the next in some deep trouble. Rad, though, facing the wrath here, 4K, up on this northeastern front.
RTG have the best split and the best position inside the circle. It's 2-2, but I believe they should be 3-1. They only need one player inside those buildings across the road. The 3 players that are more on the edge, they need to be together so they can hold off the likes of Twisted Minds. Whereas as a duo, it's just not quite there. The support isn't going to be enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if you had a zone in play, then you can play it on 2-2 because you got the extra zone to help you. But as you say, rightly so, you only need one to be scouting out. I think the worry there is if one gets knocked for Imperium, how do you make the revive, which is the other option later in the stage of the game. But then you lose, of course, the information, and I think that's also what RTG are worried about. The zone, though, it goes towards them. So as much as we discuss that, they don't really care because the zone for Phase 5, it's all in their control, and this is a gift of a game for them as 4K. All of these on the northern side have to fight it out for only a very long haul on into a zone that they don't have control of.
Luckily, it's a little bit harder for teams to push RTG directly because of the amount of ridges around RTG, but it doesn't mean that teams can't get closer, and I still don't feel too comfortable with the 2-2 split that they hold on to. I'm hoping to be proven wrong as 4K are looking to prove all the naysayers wrong and maybe get into that 20-point average per game. They're certainly putting a good showing of it. Up to 5 eliminations is still surviving as a full squad once they execute the revive.
But they have to get into that zone. Stalwart still ahead of them has still got RTG's dominant position ahead of them too. Do not forget though, we talked about consistency and how Rico with Affinity somehow managed to always get in onto these zones while they slivered their way here onto YaLLa, who have been beside them all game. Finally they look for the pushy mountain of smokes to block out the eyes of YaLLa crew, and now one knock in looking for the assassination, but there's no one there. It's the next window over as they finally potentially find a second. Finding, hoping, surrounding, hoping goes down, hoping eliminated away, and Rico Infinity Esports dispatch of YaLLa cleanly.
I just love how quick they took that fight. Absolutely exemplarily quick. And even though they suffered a knock, it's so quickly executed that even though Nigma are behind them now looking for a bit of a third party, the recovery will be there in time for them to deal with the 2-man Nigma team.
And I like how it immediately also looked behind them too. You see this time and time again, Imperium, even in the PMPL teams, they finish the fight, they don't look behind them at the third party, even at this stage in the game. It costs them now. Yes, SK Ton will be knocked by the hands there to Twisted Minds behind them. Maybe opening an option here for Nigma Galaxy, who are getting closer and closer. But as you say, it was this 2-man turnaround that stops Nigma and a quick fight previously from progressing onwards, and now they're going to be able to couple another revive. Look back down, Ida's going for the push. He finds the wrap around, going around the bushies, finds
so
the 2, and Nigma Galaxy destructed.
I told you so. I told you so. I hate to say I told you so. 2 players up on the high hill grounds down on the south side. Couldn't deal with Twisted Minds as a 3-person team. RTG down to a duo. Yes, they still have the circle, but what's the point in having the circle if you don't have the bodies to deal with it?
Don't have the body, so here 4K. We lost 2 coming in onto the zone, but it's Twisted Mind to make the push for them, maybe hoping to whistle down for them here. A little bit of extra kills are on 8, the highest here of anyone so far, and Twisted Minds holding their on the fight. They've secured the position at least. RTG forced back upstairs, and then the final one comes through, but it's Anaconda who steals it away, and they go up to 7.
It's just... oh man, it's written in the stars. It's so predictable. Fortunately, RTG can't deal with it. Good play by Twisted Minds. Got to give them a lot of respect. I think they've done a better job this game compared to others of sticking together and pushing in from the edge as a 3-person team.
Still, it's all though down to if it could close out this game. They've done a good job getting to this third position, but there's still a full squad here of Rico Infinity Esports. The only team up with 4 players, 4K, at least, the very least, going to secure themselves 17 points, but they need even more, as you say. They need as many as they can muster. They find a shot maybe in the head of Prestige, but it's going to go back down. They have the hill to their advantage. The rest here, Twisted Mind, is going to be comfortable. It's phase 7 on its close in. Still is good for them.
I know 4K down to 2 players, but they need to push Rico towards Twisted Minds. So puff up your chests, make some noise, and suppress Rico Infinity.
4K still not going to go for that suppression. Still not going to draw them in. I think they might be adding utility. If he had the nades, if he had the smokes here, then there's an option. Then there's a possibility that they can try to push him up above the hill. But Twisted Minds, I think they're going to find here Rico anyways. You can see them being pushed down on that hillside, being put back in onto the blue. But it's phase 8. A few seconds in onto the blue and you drop. Eliminated. Out. Rico Infinity, they know this. That's why they look for the push, but almost an aid. It bounces back off the wall and it wasn't cut quite right. But it still does the damage to Kaito anyways. Forces them back. An option now for Rico Infinity to push up as they lay down the smoke road in onto the building.
One single smoke made things so much easier for Rico to not push up this hill.
And now we push on into the building too. Ida caught though is 4K, catching him on the backside. They did not take into account their flanks. Now Twisted Minds are taking advantage of it. A second to a third. That double for Dami. It's 4K. Look for the option to try wrap around. Grabs out one to help with Golden. 9 kills for them. Yes, they won't likely take this game, but they secure an extra placement point. They secure the extra kill points away from Rico Infinity.
Anaconda, all on his lonesome. I always remember back in the Miramar game when he got a 1v4 with just 3 nades onto the members of Iraq. It's going to be 1v3. Can he do it once again?
It's going to be much more tough, though. Twisted Minds, they have the building. Golden at least going to try to give some information. Now's the opportunity for Anaconda. He jump around, he's running. He doesn't want to 1v3 like this. And unfortunately, for his demise, it is true. And Twisted Minds take the first chicken dinner of today. Another 1,000 in their hands. And rightly so here. You have to remember, this is 2 for 2 days in a row now. Of course, keep in mind, they did this to Conqueror as well.
Man, great effort across the board between Rico, Twisted Minds, and 4K. Like, couldn't have asked for better pushes from all 3 teams. That's the thing. Even though it didn't work out for Rico, it was a great push. It was a great attempt. They didn't know they were going to get third party for 4K. But that simple smoke laydown, the simple nade up on the top floor of the building, just so well executed. In the end, Twisted Minds had their angles covered. And let's be fair, they'd done a great job of pushing onto RTG previously in the game, then taking control of that compound. Then 4K, the third party masters, the snakes with the Anaconda, just playing through. Look, 4K, please don't break my heart. That's all I'm saying. Just don't break my heart. Like, because
what a game!
I can't be let down. I can't be let down like this. I can't.
Look, Imperium, as much as I want to have that heart in place too, we saw this from 4K in yesterday's first match. I'm not convinced quite yet, but there's a chance. And if there's a chance, I'll hold on to it because it was a phenomenal game for 4K to get in on that zone and secure that second position, getting those 21 points, 28 there for a massive 13 elimination points chicken dinner though for Twisted Minds.
21 points. That's over the average they need per game. I know it's only like a teeny tiny bit above the average, so it's not enough of a cushion per se. Like that chicken dinner would have given them a much better cushion, right? But 4K, hell of a performance. And I think out of the 3 teams that's made it into this super weekend in terms of in the fight for that 16th spot of Triple D headquartered in 4K, I overall believe that 4K can walk out of this super weekend with their head held really high, because I really think that they have overall done as good as they can across these games. When they've been given an opportunity to shine, they've shined really brightly.
Yeah, in a world where I think Triple D didn't have a phenomenal second super weekend, there's a chance that I think all of them could have much easier got in onto that 16th position. But as I say, it is the Mind Weapon iKURD who had that chance coming into today, and only 1 point game here out of our first match. Imperium was not what they were looking for.
That means they need 58 points in 4 games. That means it's risen up to real quickly. 58 divided by 4, that's a good 14.5 points per game. It just becomes harder and harder for the Mind Weapon, when it really shouldn't have been the case as we look in towards the overall standings. Rico, the consistency continues, 521 points in total.
Looking to try break that 550 mark by the end of today in those 10 chicken dinners that we are hoping they can get to double digits for and bag at least. What is also, by the way, the equivalent to the first place prize in the finals here. That's how much money they've secured in this super weekend.
Looking at the second page, RTG finally overtaken Triple D. It's only taken 11 extra games, but they got the job done. It's 150 billion% certain they're making it into the league final. So I think they can at least, if they weren't already, they can breathe a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, for sure. I think RTG secured in, Triple D now breathing a sigh of relief, because as we say, it's only 1 point here gained by the Mind Weapon iKURD, so makes their prayers answered, makes them and their shot in onto the finals much, much greater. I think if we ever seen in any competition Imperium, a 14.5 point average matched in 4 games, is there ever been a chance?
Probably not. But I tell you what, if I'm hedging any kind of bets, I'm hedging on 4K for the time being. But I'm also afraid, because I don't want my heart to be broken as we look at these up-out moments. As of right now, like 4K are on an average of 8.18. Of course, that's nowhere near overall what they need to get in these final 4 games. But they put themselves in the best light out of the 3 games you looked at all weekend.
I think it looked the greatest out of these 3 teams, as you say, especially in the 11 matches that we've seen so far. But there were a lot of mistakes coming through in this game. I think we saw 1million, then Falcons stopping in the open. Yes, they weren't going to get much further, but if you stop in the open, you're dead anyways. I think also Rad, the other big mistake here, we're lucky to even have survived, but a lot of these teams, yes, we're coming to the closure of the Super Weekend, maybe not giving it as much thought on these fights in these small situations where they need that thought to be in play.
Yeah, and that's something that, of course, we'll always need to apply context-wise. And that's why I kind of wanted to compliment Twist of Minds, right? On how they moved throughout that game, because maybe that's them making slight adjustments or testing different things. And I know they lost focus early on, and I think that's still something they need to really look into when the finals come along. But when they do group together past phase 3, phase 4, they are a really strong team. They're just not doing it enough.
Yeah, if they can be together, as you said, I think similarly better to RTG, and they have a synergy on board. They're an unstoppable force. It's looking like it in that first game. See if we can do it again, though. Miramar will have to see. That's in the future, and after a short ad break. here. 4 more matches. The Super Weekend. Good job, because it's 4K Esports hitting on the big match here for the first game of the Super Weekend in our final day. But we got to keep it up, though, Imperium, and keep it up also, and all of its beautiful stream is Nemo TV, our official streaming partner for the PMPL Arabia. And also, if you guys are home, believe that 4K can, just like us, put a thumbs up and have a feels good man day. You can find us on social media and jump in on the conversation using a hashtag PMPL on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. The belief is there. I am just very scared of having another heartbreak, frankly, Imperium.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, man. It's tough because on one hand, I always try to get behind teams. I always try to believe that it's not over till it's over, especially when they show that kind of grit and determination. And 4K did it at the start of yesterday. They even, to an extent, did it in Game 2. Then it went downhill. And I don't want it to be the same fate today. I really don't. I really don't. I know that mountain is it's just so tough to climb. Just so tough. And I don't think I'll be as heartbroken as I'm making it out to be, because I understand that mountain is so like steep. But if they do it again in this second game, if they get another 20+ point game, my lord, my heart and my soul. Like, and here's the thing, Highland Wolf. We can only imagine how the players are feeling as well, right? They just rocked off the back of a 21 game, right? And they're thinking, crap, can we do
Actually,
this?
this is possible. Yeah.
You know, how nervous must they feel?
I think when you look towards a mental perspective, the pressure definitely going to be there. But you've also got to imagine that, on the other hand, though, Imperium, they are going to be very high in terms of that success that they've had in the first game. Now they just need to tone it down, keep it level going in onto the second, and not let that success get to their head, because that's when it gets dangerous too. We've seen this on Miramar too. 4K yesterday, they got a great game on Erangel, and in Miramar, they kind of threw it down in the bin, 15th position, even though they got a couple kills there on 1 million early on. So to see if they have another fight versus 1 million, if they can improve on their mistakes, that's what's to be done. If now, when really is going to be the opportunity.
I think that's a fair point to make, where it's not necessarily that they shouldn't build on the strong result of game 1, but they don't get overconfident like you alluded to. The mistakes that they need to correct, at least from yesterday's Miramar game, that fight on 1 million was near perfect, really, genuinely near perfect. Helped by a 1v2, I believe. I forget exactly who it was from 4K that got 1v2 onto the members of 1 million. But either way, I still believe they would have won that fight anyway, just with a casualty. It was the kind of phase 2, phase 3 rotation that saw them mess up more effectively, where they just went in a little bit deep. I know it was a tough shift in that Miramar game, but there's no way they couldn't have played in towards the edge of the circle. I hope they don't come across 1 million. I'm wondering, will the playing path force both teams to go for that kind of El Azahar drop, or will 4K look
kind of looking like it?
Maybe not take the chance and drop somewhere else.
It's kind of looking like it when El Azahar is going to be so desirable. Down towards the south, they could maybe think of Los Leones. Also, it has been a very open space. Yes, you've got Dunak now, so it will be slightly more open, particularly on that western side for them. 1 million, not gonna drop there on this Los Leones side. 4K gonna be met though here by Falcons and now also headquarters, so a concern on a different team trying to look on them down.
I don't think Falcons are going for Al Azhar specifically. I think they're more going for north of it, grab a couple of vehicles and then go to, let's say, Cruzeval area. because you can even see it's a more heavier of a split drop from the members of Falcons. The one thing I worry about is I believe Golden is on his own while the rest of the team are looting up El Azhar, so that's a bit of a worry for me should they lose a player early on. Otherwise, Revolution in Los Leones, NASR in Los Leones, Phase 1 pops up and it complements the play path all the way on the east.
Los Leones is going to be in play as our main city up, yes, as you say, towards that Cruz de Val area. And more concern, yeah, as you said, for Yusuf, because you do have Golden, you have the extra second member of 4K that separates them. So maybe doing some scouting work if there's an opportunity, then Falcons maybe look to make the push. If not, try to get Yusuf on out of there or deeper on into the circle, because it has gone so close towards where they currently are, and then bring the rest of 3 members down later on.
One of the NASR players is like nowhere near Los Leones. I don't know how he ended up towards Impala, but he's able to grab a vehicle and disengage away from the potential threat of the likes of Stalwart UAE and Rad, who both dropped very close to each other in Impala. 2-2 split for Stalwart UAE means they can't technically get a pinch either side, but it's also about how aware informationally are Rad to Stalwart's whereabouts.
Stalwart not gonna really, I imagine, fight versus Rad though here in Pyramid. Shouldn't really be the case for them. I'm more concerned as well on fighting happening closer towards that south side. We also saw 1million, our other concern there, instead drop down towards that very south side with also Nigma Galaxy. So maybe some fighting gonna happen elsewhere on that rotation on in towards that Los Leones side, back on to that first phase zone.
Headquarters, I think, not only mathematically, but even just historically wise, they have missed out on their chance to make it into the top 16. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah,
I haven't done any real big calculations. I just think mathematically it's pretty impossible, and it's sad to say it, but I think we should just kind of to an extent count them out in these final 4 games in that regard.
Oh yeah, I fully agree. I think that unfortunately Headquarters, they just haven't had the performance they needed to in these 15 games. They needed a triple D like series of 15 matches, and because they didn't get that in our first 10 games, we've had highs, yes, we've had great matches in between there, but we've not had a consistency. That's been the problem. They haven't had all of those games be as good as some, and when you have only 15 matches, Imperium, you need them to be consistent every single time. As we say, you need that 11, 12-point average, not just on the second or the third day when you need it.
Exactly, because in yesterday's 5 games, they did hit that average of 51 points in those 5 games. But it was day 1 when they only grabbed themselves 16 points, 10 of them coming from 1 game. That meant we had 2 games with 0 pointers. You're dead right. The consistency wasn't there. The Revolution, they're splitting a little bit more towards the western side of Los Leones. Probably going to avoid NASR Esports, who have themselves a pretty heavy 2-2 split outside and inside Los Leones. A familiar kind of split from NASR. They pulled this off in the past. Last time they pulled it off, they were able to catch up one of the Stalwart UAE players. So I wonder if that adaptability has come through from Stalwart UAE. As of right now, kind of locked a little bit in a battle with Rad.
Well, still edging though closer towards Stalwart. It's more, I think, scouting, not really the fight that Stalwart are looking for here. It's an interesting drop also through from Rad, because they don't usually go in this position. It's Stalwart who usually take up this Impala side. So to see Rad potentially try out a new strategy, tries to see if they can figure out Stalwart's positioning and if it's a possibility to go close here. Also, due to the fact that the playing path was also very centralized towards that eastern side, it is going to be Rad trying to test out the waters with a new strategy. Elsewhere, as we said as well, that fighting subsiding instead from the side of Valdemar. Nigma Galaxy also rotating up to El Pozo. Twisted Minds beginning to rotate back towards Monte Nuevo. The other team, really, that we say are alongside 4K in the contention of that top 16. The Mind Weapon up in Chumacera.
CONQUEROR, as usual, have a bit of a 2-2 split between Minas and Graveyard. I don't think they really took full advantage later on in the game when we had a similar kind of phase 1, phase 2 circle. I believe it was either yesterday or the day before. So hoping that adaptability comes out to play. NASR sent the 2 players who were outside Los Leones a little bit more heavily up towards the north of that big city, hanging on more towards the south of La Bandita. Not bad, but yeah, it worries me if they're not quick enough with the other 2 players as we head into phase 2.
Phase 2 should make its close an extremely tense and quiet game, though. Not even a single knock, not even a single elimination here in our second match. And surprising, I think, considering that playing path was very lenient towards that eastern side, as we say. But the players separated them outside to the edge of that zone well. Now making their position slightly closer in. Twisted Minds also going to probably head their way alongside here Nigma Galaxy in towards that more Picado side, more Picado Hills, as that first phase does begin later on to close against them.
A very slow start to this Miramar game. No casualties. All 64 players left alive. Maybe it is because it's a very similar phase 1 to what we saw yesterday. Maybe it's also because of the fact that it is generally a very open phase 1, despite it being more on the east than is to the west. There's a lot of areas of the map to kind of lock down. There's also a lot of areas of the map that it could head towards in phase 2, so you don't really want to commit too much towards the center of the circle. YaLLa and NASR are probably the 2 teams that are the deepest inside this phase 1.
A big split as well from Falcons, wrapping around that more flank to the coastal line. There's still got Damar up there to maybe strike a more direct route in, or of course later on maybe be more of that healing back on the edge. Has phase 2 gone down towards La Bandita and Los Leones, so a lot clearer the picture of where this zone and where this game is going to go. But it's still not all intact. There's still a lot of question marks and a lot of difficulty, I think, for those more Western teams, as you said, to make it on into this zone, because it is that more open desert region that is taken up hold by the Mind Weapon, also Revolution there on that western side of Los Leones.
No, I don't think it's too hard for the teams on the west to enter into the circle. The biggest problem with this phase 2 shift is that Los Leones is very integral inside this phase 2, and it's not the kind of city you want to commit to, especially this early in the game. So if you want to lock down an area of Los Leones, such as the north, you're not really going to get information on the south of Los Leones. Same with if you lock down the south and the next circle shifts up north, you're getting very little information on that. So there's a little bit of a, if you go there, you kind of commit to there, kind of add a, kind of mindset / playstyle required for a lot of these teams inside phase 2, because if the circle on the next phase, let's say, shifts up north, you're very rarely are you going to see a team go right through Los Leones. You're going to see a team funnel either side of it, so it makes it a little bit harder if so many teams are funneling either side of Los Leones. So very tricky phase 2 shift.
Tricky, but I think also, at least for this region, something they're used to when it is going to be a lot of players close together in on the phase 2, phase 3 mark. It is just something about this region that they now draw themselves together towards the center of the zone rather than playing towards the edge. So a comfortability side still there for them. though, more, I think, eyes towards the teams who are used to this location. Can they control it with the extra information, the comfortability, as we say, of starting here usually in Los Leones, NASR being one of them, more towards this eastern side. But the problem, I think, for NASR has been holding Los Leones particularly, have struggled in the past, and we've seen games where they go down very early, even in Los Leones, trying to hold it. So can they now, with one more Miramar match before the finals, improve on those mistakes?
Right now, it looks like they are. I think it's a really strong initial setup on the northwestern or northeastern edge of Los Leones. Headquarters inside Graveyard, Rico Infinity a little bit down towards the south of them. Very close together, I might add. The Mind Weapon on that western side of Los Leones. You have 4K have gone for a deep rotation all the way from El Azahar right down towards the southwestern edge of Phase 2. So I really appreciate that well-rounded, well-together for a rotation from 4K. They're all sticking close to each other. Thing is, they've taken their time a little bit more heavily, and they're still not inside the circle as a shift aggressively over to the west. Great for the Mind Weapon, I gotta say, because it's not like their position is going to be focused, but they're in a great spot of this Phase 3 to push a couple of teams back, make a bit of noise, puff up their chests. Question is, can they do it?
I think also, though, they can do it, because they've also got the back of that city, keep in mind, too, Imperium. They've got down towards the roadside available in this Phase 3. They've got the options not to go straight across that open, more expands towards the western side of this Phase 3. They can still try to play a little bit more sneaky in around the buildings, as you say, not really a position other players are going to want to try to take, heading up onto those hills on the western side of Los Leones. RTG potentially going to be our first fight. Also, Rad now in some trouble versus Stalwart, but it's Rico Infinity versus RTG is going to be our first fight potentially of this game. But even Prestige not really wanting to take that, as you can see Bandar now knocked, trying to find a knock of their own, but it's RTG coming up slightly stronger in the overall engagement, and even now taking engagement you can see on our far backside to Headquarters too, and then winning both.
Taking too many fights at once. Why are you shooting towards Headquarters? You gotta really kind of pinch them together and take that one fight at once. RTG, you're making these kind of mistakes again. The 2-2 splits can work out. Now you're looking to disengage Vito? How the hell did he get away with that one?
Unfortunately, I did shots. He may have over 100 kills in the PMPL, but it's not going to be an extra one here at the start of this second match. He's still hunting for it, though. Vito's not out of the woods yet. Get the healing, but you can see the vehicle is burned down. There's no escape. Vito will be the sacrificial lamb here for RTG, who, quite frankly, they should have had that fight in the bag versus Rico Infinity. They got the knock. They were pinned into a corner. But because, as you say, they tried to take too many fights, they're going to lose both of those fights at the same time.
Okay, let's go, Vito. Let's go. You're on your own, but you're a hell of a player. Nah, Prestige gets the angle. RTG, you're hurting my soul because I see the theories. I see what you're trying to do. Just that execution, it's not there. It's so not there. It's painfully not there.
It's dead. That's how painful it is. They're eliminated. That's how painful it really is here, Imperium, for RTG, and it's punishing, to say the least, as Phase 4 is going to make his close on in, and there's going to be another shift here, and RTG not going to have that shift towards him, and it goes back down here to the Mind Weapon and into Los Leones. But this is where the zone gets really tricky now, that we are looking at a zone where you've got half outside of the city, half inside of the city. The decision is not there. Plus, it's on the western side of Los Leones, the arguably harder side here to try entering into the city.
But the good thing is that you can hold on and control that western edge of the city if you so see fit. So 963, 4K, the possibility is there. Nigma, getting a knock into one of the Rico players as they fought earlier on against RTG, so their rotation was a little bit slowed down. Nigma Galaxy, for some reason, were hanging around Picado, which I genuinely don't agree with, but whatever, it is what it is. They don't really need to worry about things, and NASR, they're going right back into the heart of Los Leones.
They are going. We're going very deep in onto Los Leones, so right into the hearts here, behind 4K, in amongst the front buildings towards the western side. Going to try to take up the scaffolding, use the high ground, those very highest points of Los Leones for that information, particularly of those, as we say, heading on in to try and confirm the kills, also try to confirm the eliminations, try to confirm the knocks here coming through from those entering on into that west side of the city. But 4K, they've found a backstabber hero, NASR. Looking for the nade, they missed it. They're looking for the shots, they missed it too. And now, because they don't get the shots immediately through, they don't get the knock, they have to begin to worry about the team behind them too.
I like that little bit of a suppressing nade by 4K. It's not really that kind of we're going to go for a fight nade, because they have Mortal across the road quite far away. But it is that kind of little bit of suppression coming through, as YaLLa are going to look to suppress Rad, of course, to that the last player up for a side, so it should be a little bit of a free elimination point for YaLLa. Boom, job done.
Rad going to be the first eliminated out of this game. I felt like Rad, they weren't really in control of their rotations though here in PM. We could see them for ages trying to take that fight versus Stalwart, and then they fell behind the rotations on that harder shift. Punished as a result for it. Not though what we also want to see being punished on our screens. It's Mind Web iKURD. Gonna have a knock against Oleg. Ali though, straight one back onto Kaito and Dami over the top. Cannot find it though. The dip on that hill is just a little bit too great, as Vigor's also overlooking it onto Ali. Now the position is revealed.
Kato, I'd love to see him get revived up. Like I said in the last game, one of Twisted Minds' kind of faults is that they tend to lose a player, even two players, a little bit too early in the game when they shouldn't. Phase 4 is the time in which you probably need to band a little bit more heavily together, and they still hold on to a pretty big 2-2 split. I get they don't need to worry about the league finals, but I don't know, I just want to see something finals-esque from Twisted Minds. Technically saw it in the first game, but not enough in my eyes when we're looking at a team trying to get in towards the winning position of the league finals.
I think maybe trying to cover too hard, though, as you say, with the 2-2. And I think in this situation, the 3-1 makes sense. Bring the three players up to the front. Still have one on the backside to snipe down any heads that peek over the top of that hill. But we're not going to find anyone just yet. Instead, it's on the kill feed. NASR taking an extra one onto their Cobra onto 4K. And even more inside of the city is KONQUEROR also taking one down on a high to Revolution, as that city fight does ensue further, because the zone has left the city. It's gone back out into the open, and that road in the middle, a big stopper here too. Not so much because it is on the northern side, but it's still going to have a great impact on teams, particularly 1Million headquarters, but those who rotate up from the north side of the city round behind the top end of that zone to try and enter onto it later.
And there's a big, massive ridge leading into the side of the road from that north side, so the teams that are on the south aren't really under too much pressure. YaLLa looking to pressure the members. KONQUEROR, but hoping it's going to get knocked, confirmed. A second comes through. KONQUEROR rack, just about going to go down.
YaLLa gonna find it, but Ragnar is so low, and he's the only one up. He's got a healing. Finally puts the first aid kit in, but their Revolution prying the shots on into Ragnar. But he gets first aid kit off. Will get the vehicle, but I don't think he makes it inside of the zone. Won't be long for this world, as 963 almost running over Nosa, but Nosa's just a little bit of a heavy hand. Up onto the hands of 4K. He's looking for the fight further in onto the barnyard. Anaconda is talking about sneaky, looking for a sneaky nade on the backside. Can he find it? No. it misses. And that was a nade that they really needed to stop here 963 pushing up. But because it's not, 963 can push further. Iza so low as well, not getting knocked too. And it's a series of unfortunate events here of what could have been for 4K as an aid. Strikes down, tickles Golden's health bar. Iza looking for the nade back of her own. Back over into the smoke. But will it go wide enough? No, misses.
This is such a bad position to even rotate you from the members of 4K. I know it's technically in the circle, but just because it's in the circle doesn't mean it's actually a good position. Plus, I do appreciate and love how 963 set themselves up on this push. You had 2 going in towards the warehouse, 1 on the outskirts, so you had that supporting player. They had enough time to pull it off, but now it gets a little bit harder as phase 5 turns into phase 6. Zuxi chunks a hell of a lot of damage. It shifts down south, but Anaconda's on a sliver of health.
And it's because 4K, 963, they were taking so much blue damage. 4K held on to that fight for so long when the blue zone became a factor. And 963 fall down. 4K win out the fight somehow, but the Mind Weapon iKURD, another here disappointing match for them as they fall in 8th position with, I think, very little points here to take.
Falcons down to 1 player. Revolution, they need to make the way across the road, but get rid of 1,000,000 first before they try and crawl their way across. NASR are going to be waiting, going, okay, you want to get close to the road? Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it. And then boom, they'll take him out. So good play by NASR.
They just have to hold, but it's also 1,000,000 on the backside. Keep in mind here, Imperium. We are closing in. Revolution, it's not NASR they're really worrying about, but on that south side, it's also Twisted Minds. Going to fall to the heads of Nigma Galaxy, opening up the zone as a south side shift for phase 6. But 1,000,000, who I thought would be a little bit more aggressive here onto Revolution, are just going to lose one themselves and also in some trouble because I don't think they're really looking for that fight though. They're not looking to try to take out those wounded Revolution members, and because they weren't quick enough over the hill, they're not even being punished by Revolution, but here NASR too.
This is a great opportunity for 4K to third party a number of fights. If it's not NASR, it's going to be 4K. 1,000,000 going to get drowned out of Revolution. Yeah, they're not really close to the fight, but it's only going to go one way, and that's 6 foot under in my eyes.
6 foot under inside of the dip though right now. Finally surfacing up, burrowing in onto the open, but it's not an open expanse they wanted. QHT sniped away, but it wasn't 4K to get it. As, yes, the kills go though in onto NASR's hands. Revolution go down, but it's 8th points at least for the placements for 4K. Can they survive even more? Should we at least get a third? Here is NASR,
yes,
rightly punished. They steal all the points away, and 4K finally some points, some eliminations here to show for themselves. They look over Nigma too, if they can find 1 or 2 onto Nigma. With Falcons, they're also falling. This could be 4K's game.
It's not going to be easy because all of the members of Nigma Galaxy have so many angles to cover. Yes, they're split, but if it's not one player from Nigma looking towards 4K, it's another. Survive for second 4K. Allow NASR to feel the wrath of Nigma.
But NASR got the zone, Imperium, so it gotta go down on into it here for 4K. They can maybe try to flush out Ragnarok. At least if they dispatch of Ragnarok, they get the kill, they get the elimination point, they get here the second place. 4K Esports, it's down to them. Their hope is alive, but we're going to need these extra points. They need every single one they can muster. Enigma Galaxy have not let up for a single second in these final moments through that smoke. The only thing protecting them is finally they try to make a run for it. One gets out, but only into the hands, surely, of a Nigma Galaxy member.
One splitting out is very healthy. Now Freak Roof Lord gonna band together as Modi holds onto the southern edge all the while. Ragnarok and NASR yet to really make any real noise. Prone down, have 4K forgotten about him? Yes, they have.
They have.
NASR stepped up, gets a knock.
Gets a knock, but he's revealed a position at least. But look at how low the second member here, 4K, is. Golden needs to get the extra heal off. He does now. Look, the hunt for NASR. Look for the hunt on Ragnarok. They need to kill this extra member. They need to find the elimination. But Ragnarok is there behind the hillside. Not found it just yet. You can see them trying, but it's here, Nigma. They take the kills, steal the points away, and NASR takes seconds. But it's only short-lived victory for NASR Esports as Nigma, due diligence have come and 4 angry members for their final match.
Yeah, Nigma set it beautifully. They laid a blaze of a game. Chicken dinner secured. It was all about that fight on Twisted Minds. We didn't see it on camera, but we saw it on the elimination feed. We saw it on the map feed. They came in from the west down towards the southwest. They took down Twisted Minds, and from there, it was very easy for them to spread out, gain control, because all of the teams are mainly coming in from the kind of north and the eastern side outside of the west of Los Leones.
Yeah, it was still, though, I think, as we say, Nigma Galaxy who stopped 4K. We're going to have to see in the event with 4K now. Still another good performance. But was it good enough? Because those points, they could have mattered. Those extra 3 points, do they matter by the end of today to get on in? Because you feel like every single one matters, Imperium.
It will still matter even if they miraculously, and I mean like miraculously make it through, those points will still have mattered. It just means they technically didn't need them, but they don't know that until they absolutely get to the very end of the day, right? It was still a very good result from 4K. I think they turned their backs on NASR a little bit too early around the Los Leones region. I think they disengaged away a little bit too early and they lost the player. Again, that position that they moved into around the warehouse, it was edge of circle, it was inside the circle. It certainly wasn't comfortable. They just got a little bit lucky that 963 just didn't push aggressively enough, because I'm pretty sure they would have lost that fight if 963 had it pushed.
But at least they got away with those 13 points, but it wasn't really, as we say, enough. They really did need those extra few points. Even their Revolution with only 6 placement points, their kills bring them higher overall on the list. NASR Nigma Galaxy topping out Nigma, taking the $1,000 of this final Miramar match in our Super Weekends. There, I think, also another good result for 1 million. We've got to give credit where credit's due for them. A good showing finally there from them on Miramar, but not so much for the Mind Weapon iKURD. And unfortunately, another poor performance, at least we could say matching those 4 average points they get per game.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is from the Mind Weapon iKURD. It's just not enough. It really just isn't enough. It puts them now on a total. I know we'll probably have a look at the overall standings, but spoiler alert, it puts them on a total of 108 points. That's roughly about 53, 54 points required in the last 3 games. It's around the same amount of points that 4K need on a side note, but out of the 2 teams, realistically, who's shown up more in today's first 2 games? 4K.
Right. Indeed. In 4K, yes, they're able now to match the amount of points. Really, here, this honestly, the Mind Weapon iKURD should have been having way above by the end of these 2 games so far, as you say. They're also Nigma solidifying themselves a second position. A little bit more with their 400-point mark, the second team to reach over, but it is this second page. It is DDD Esports finally confirmed themselves in a solidified 15th position. Now it is up to, can Triple D hold on? I think they can, considering that what we've seen has just not been consistent enough from our other teams.
Yes, history right now says they will, but I'm behind 4K. 4 billion% behind 4K. They have a chicken dinner. They're on a total of
103.
103 points. They need 58 in 3 games. Okay? Well, actually, 59 in 3 games, to be honest. So they need basically 20 points per game, right? Essentially, 20 points per game will book them a spot in the PMPL Arabia Spring Split Finals. That's it.
That's it. That's all we're gonna do, Imperium. Just 59 points in 3 games. It's not too bad, is it? 20 points per match. Started off with a rank. It's very surprising. And a surprising thing to draw though from that leaderboard is actually 103 points. There where they are at now was where after 5 days of games here for the Mind Weapon and Super Weekends were starting today.
Yeah.
So now 4K Esports have not only gotten to such a point where it would have been a great Super Weekend if it wasn't that they needed a little bit more, but they also have gotten to the point where a team did with at least 15 matches over them.
Like right now with 108 points in 27 games, that's an average. As we look at the upper moments, that's an average of 4 points per game, literally. So if you multiply kind of 4 by 15, right? Okay, that's a total of 60 points. That would barely, and I mean barely, put them ahead of Triple D with 2 extra Super Weekends, right? So I would argue that even if the Mind Weapon had have qualified for a 3rd Super Weekend, that technically would at least mean another team wouldn't have made it through. But I would argue, even with 3 Super Weekends, they probably would have not, if barely, qualified for the league finals.
It's pretty shocking to say a team with an extra 30 games under their belt here in Imperium would be struggling that much, but it just has been the case that through the entirety of this competition, the Mind Weapon iKURD have been averaging 4 points, and that is the full stop at the end of that point itself. Nigma Galaxy, though, much higher than that 4-point average in his second game, and fortunately for 4K, silencing them down, but it was all, as you say, off the back of just forgetting that I think Ragnarok was even there. You could see that they knew NASR were in that point. They knew that at least if there was going to be more than one team there, possibly 2, so they should have been expecting that third party there somewhere in that game, but because they didn't get those extra points that perhaps they need to get back onto Erangel, though. The comfort, this is where we've seen them be strong. Gotta do it once more after what will be a short break once more. Welcome back, everyone. 3 more games to go here for the penultimate day of our Super Weekend at PMPL Arabia. It's myself, Wolf, and Imperial joined with you, but below is, as always, the beautiful Opera Reno 6 series with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Opera Reno 6 series, designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Also, if you guys at home think that 4K after that second match can keep it up, find us on social media and jump in onto the conversation. Tell us what you're thinking with the hashtag PMPL on all of the social media below. Imperium, I know your hopes are high behind the scenes still of course, 4K being able to get those extra points on board, as you say.
Yeah, I think they have put themselves in a good spot. Just a good spot. Not a ridiculously healthy spot. Not an amazing spot. Just on the right path. Just on the right path. 2 games, they've had a total of 34 points in both games. That's a really solid average. They still need technically a bigger average, but again, when you look at the 3 teams that we were focused on coming into this third Super Weekend to challenge Triple D's spot, they're the only team that's been able to, end up in that kind of, hey, we can get there spot. I still, a part of me doesn't think they're gonna do it, but I really don't want to count them out. I really don't want to count them out because I would just feel too bad if I did. I'm going to die on the hill of being behind 4K. There you go. I said I'm going to die on the hill of being behind 4K. I'm here for 4K's challenge on Triple D's spot.
Look, if you think at 4K do it, I'll go even down for the mind weapon iKURD. I'll say if they can do it still, yes, they've had 2 bad games, but
okay,
there's 3 games to go, okay? I've seen them pull out better things, and especially on Erangel, so I believe in them. Hesitantly, I believe.
Look, technically as well, they're in a slightly better spot than 4K. So, honestly, I get that. Even though it might sound funny, it might sound it might sound stupid. I really do get that. The logic is there. The league play performance from Mind Weapon across the 2 league plays that they've kind of gotten themselves into Super Weekend with has been very good, very healthy, but they haven't shown that in any of the Super Weekend games. So in these final 3 games, I want the league play, Mind Weapon iKURD.
Yeah, I want to see that aggression, but not only the aggression that we saw in Imperium, but coupled that by them having the good rotations that we've seen them sometimes have, and having those placement points too. And it's been when they've done well, particularly on looking back, even onto this league stage week, where we had them in Miramar, we had them almost clinch it over Falcons. Yes, it was a few little positioning mistakes towards the end, but the rest of the game looked great through the Mind Weapon. So we know that it's possible. It's just very locked down, far away somewhere in their minds of those good rotations and good synergy.
I disagree with the whole needing to work on rotations. I don't think they need to work on rotations per se. They need to know a little bit more heavily when they should fight and when they should take an engagement. I think too many games in this third Super Weekend, they focus too much on rotating in phase 3, phase 4, and they've either rotated into a team or they've rotated through a team or they've left it. They basically haven't been aggressive enough and a team has come in behind them, right? We saw Twisted Minds go into them in Watertown. They technically shouldn't have lost that fight because Twisted Minds were pushing into their location. So that's I don't think it's rotations. They just need to win team fights. They just need to be confident. And I really think at this
Yeah.
stage, it is the confidence game. It is that confidence issue that's plaguing. And they're their own worst enemies at this stage, right? That's the thing. They're their own worst enemies. And that's so tough to deal with. So even though we can be critical, even though we can kind of dramatize it, I can genuinely say that I have absolute full sympathy for all of the players from Mindweapon and even 4K and headquarters, because when you're your own worst enemy, that can be such a difficult cycle to get out of. That can be such a difficult dip to get out of, right? I
Yeah.
just hope that they learn from this experience at the end of PMPL and they carry that forward into not only the full split PMPL, but of course every single other tournament throughout the 2022 season, and they come out looking a hell of a lot better and being a much better team.
Look, it's not over though to the Fat Lady sings. It's not over though till we've had 3 more games here in Imperium. Still, there is a chance, there, as we say, mathematically, a better chance over 4K Esports for the Mind Weapon to get in onto that finals. But I think it is just a very big hurdle. And as you say, they're going to need to overcome their demons, but they're going to need to overcome it even quicker, instantly in this next match. And
Yeah.
to question, can any team completely avert their own issues in their own minds that quickly, comes down to the psychological point of being able to adapt quickly,
Yeah.
being able to actually settle yourself down, say, look, we're going to go back to the fundamentals of PUBG and why we're here in the first place that got us here.
Exactly, because Rome wasn't built in a day, and Nigma Galaxy, Rico Infinity, and others didn't just show up and become amazing. Nigma
No,
Galaxy are a prime example of a team who've had their struggles, they've had their issues as a roster,
Rico
and
too.
they've had their failures, and Rico as well. But the thing is, they've took those failures, they learned from them, they've allowed it to encourage them to build upon their mistakes and get better, as they do hold on to the top 2 spots and leading into the second page. Just to give you all a bit of a refresher of where these teams stand in the overall rankings, it is RTG. They're all good. It's only one spot that is open.
RTG, yes, every team from a 15 point up is going to be safe down to Triple D Esports as always to get themselves through across these final hurdles. But I think even to go back to your point here, Imperium, that you said, well, Rico, Infinity Esports, and also Nigma Galaxy had their fair share of struggles. I also think, to be fair, as we do, of course, look at that final last page, that YaLLa, back on that first page, also had their own struggles. We expected back in spring, I remember, casting that and saying, well, YaLLa are a veteran organization of PUBG Mobile, expecting great things, and he didn't show up, and they very much struggled to get in onto that Super Weekend, to get in onto the finals too. But having seen them now also overcome those demons and get a lot better, become better themselves, you see that with time, an organization with experience can improve.
Yeah, YaLLa are an interesting team, really, in a lot of ways. I don't think they've necessarily gone uphill over the last 6 to 7 months. I don't think they've gone downhill, um, but it's more the fact that they've gone up and down, and it just has left
Yeah.
balanced play. I have a lot of hope and have a lot of love for YaLLa coming into 2022, and I'm hoping the league finals is going to see a much stronger YaLLa side, because overall across these Super Weekends, I don't think I can say I've really been impressed with them overall, and that does hurt me to say.
Yeah, I think it definitely hurt as well, particularly the full split back in last year. YaLLa, they lost two of their core members, their carries in the team, had to reform as a group. So YaLLa have had, rightly so, their ups and downs, trying to regain that synergy between those four players. But as you say, they need to show a little bit more finesse, I think, in terms of a little bit more oomph, should I say. And they've not really had that multiple games of where they stand out, Imperium, of where they look completely fantastic, and you see them play a perfect game of PUBG Mobile.
Ada's such a good player. I think those stats are from this Super Weekend alone, and he's had the highest amount of elimination points. He currently leads the overall total amount of elimination points from these Super Weekends on 118. Roughly around 8 ahead of his nearest rival, and that's Ragnarok of actually over 8. That is 14 eliminations ahead of his nearest competitor. That's Ragnarok of NASR Esports. So Ida clearly could have put the rest, but his teammate Prestige is third highest in terms of total eliminations on 92, and SK Tun is in fourth with a total of 90. So 3 out of the 4 players in the top eliminations are all from Rico Infinity.
And it speaks to you of how dominant that 500, almost now 550 points look here, Imperium, because Rico, with those points, the majority of them have come through from their kills, and it's in a very specific way, I feel like, with Rico Infinity Esports, in which they somehow don't look very flashy at the start of the game, but they always manage to pick up the kills coming to the end. Sometimes you won't see them on camera, actually, Imperium, in some games, and then we'll look at them later on the match, and they'll suddenly have 8-9 kills.
Yeah, that's true. They just know how to turn it up. As Phase 1 is turned up, turned out, it's over on towards the west. It's not massively complementary to the playing path. Looking at 4K, they've dropped in Lipovka. They're on their own, but it's going to be a bit of a tough rotation for them, because they should know that 963 drop around them. You clearly have Twisted Minds and Stalwart looting around Fairy Pier Farm, and Falcons, at least on by themselves, are in Yasnaya, plus with RTG on that kind of more western side. So expect 4K to maybe shift around closer to Stalbar, north of the rotation, and come in maybe around the north of Roshok as a rotation in Phase 1. If not, they might wait until the tail end of Phase 1 to make it into the edge of the circle.
Gonna be, though, I think, a slightly subdued game. I have a feeling, once again, to see the rotations coming through. Don't imagine too many teams, too many players going to look for those fights. All eyes, though, on 2 teams. Got to remember the Mind Weapon, iKURD, and 4K Esports Imperium. These are the teams that we're looking at. These are the teams that can challenge, as we said at the start of the day, that non-moving target of DDD Esports on 161 points, I do believe. But it is still a long way to go. And can we get those averages again, Imperium? Because honestly, those averages now must look, quite frankly, disgusting.
Both 4K and Twisted Minds need an average of 20 points per game to make it ahead of DDD. That's the 20 points per game in these final 3 games.
Disgusting amount. Absolutely obscene amount of points that we're going to need to get. It's possible. There has been games where we see 20 pointers, where we even see 30 pointers. And I think we're going to need to see at least a 30-point game out of one of these 2 teams to at least soften the blow, potentially, that they need. Maybe only need 10 points in from another of these 2 matches to make up, have that cushion there for themselves. But I don't think I've ever witnessed a day, apart from one day, actually, I must say, from what was previously another branch of DDD here, over in the UK scene, was the only time I saw 3 games in a row, Imperium, and one squad get 20+ points in 3 games in a row. It's the only time I've seen it done. Every other tournament, every other day I've casted PUBG Mobile, Never been done simultaneously 3 matches in a row.
Either way, whatever happens today, there's an element of history that's being made in this PMPL Arabia Spring Split. Because Triple D getting 161 points in one super weekend, I don't think I've ever seen a team qualify for the finals of a PMPL league stage with just 161 points and just one super weekend. I'd have to do some actual factual research checking on Wikipedia. They got 192 points in one super weekend in PMPL South Asia. So it was a much higher point scoring, but they still did make it in one super weekend. I've never seen 161 in one super weekend be enough to put a team into the finals.
And I think that's all off the bat. Keep in mind of a lot of these teams to Imperium only did make one super weekend, so it did soften the blow of the points that Triple D Esports required. But that is not to take away from the phenomenal amount of points they got. And a couple of that by the fact that they got 3 chicken dinners, 3 games they won in those 15 too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's if they do make it into the league final. It remains to be seen as teams start to rotate into this phase 1. Look, there's a bit of a reason why I'm an analyst. 4K have done exactly what I thought they would do under rotation. Gone around Stalwart, around Yasnaya, and come in through the north of the river. Now, they've rotated a little bit earlier than I kind of expected, and they've rotated a little bit deeper down towards the edge of that river on the north side. But I gotta say, a very good rotation from 4K. They are playing with purpose at the start of this game 3.
Is that a realization as well that actually Rico, Infinity Esports, Imperium have adapted their move from shooting range from Severny up to that Zaki side, up towards North Georgia Pole. So doing it currently this fast and at this pace, precisely in the game, 4K are going to get guaranteed access to that Wizard Tower, and as a result be allowed that access onto the bridge to control later in this game. And it's a position that is very aggressive too by 4K Esports. To take up this location is saying that you are looking for kills, you are looking for the opportunity to try eliminate teams coming on into that zone later on.
Yeah, I would say it's building a strong foundation for a good late game. That's the way I would look at it for 4K initially inside this game number 3. 963 rotating to the south Pachinki Hill, hopefully looking to apply a bit of pressure towards Nigma Galaxy. I really like YaLLa's 2-2 split, 2 in the radio tower field spot, 2 on top of Everest, so they're getting a lot of good information as well as avoiding a lot of the teams rotating from the eastern cluster side. Phase 2 centers up quite nicely, still a shade of the north of river and play. 4K might be going for a bit of a deep early rotation off the back of that phase shift around the ruins, kind of church, cathedral, high ground area. It's a great spot to go to on this kind of circle, but it does require a lot of strong control. It requires a lot of proactivity. They're going to go pretty close up against Mind Weapon. I hope it works out for them.
They've got to also fight through here the ruins, and if they get pushed out by the Mind Weapon and onto the ruins, it's going to be very dangerous indeed to recover. You've only got Rozhok, really. You've got maybe down towards that line to Pachinki, but it's going to be infested. Absolutely infested with the teams and the players now that we've approached the end of what will be phase 2, beginning to close in ever so shortly. The only teams still to make it in, really, on this map are Falcons off our screen and also Rad, but the rest firmly on point when it comes to the second phase. And 4K, they have managed to at least suffice themselves down. I think also a move away, potentially slightly surpassing actually the rotation by Rico Infinity team, knowing that they will go across that bridge. But then you also wonder, are they doing it because they want to get a placement points, or are they doing it because they are too scared to fight Rico Infinity Esports? Which, judging by our, fair enough.
I didn't really like RTG's position when they went a little bit on the outskirts of Pachinki. They didn't like it either. They opted to re-evaluate where they were going, and see the elimination feed, a couple of teams starting to engage on each other. Revolution losing a player. You have Headquarters getting that elimination point as Revolution trying to disengage away. I think it's just one player left, Alhaji, from the members of Revolution. Indeed, that is the case. CONQUEROR was also able to grab 2 of those elimination points.
Headquarters, as is also going to be felled, but not eliminated yet. It's a Revolution who will fall in 16th position, the only players to be eliminated so far in this game. Headquarters, though, still to make a revive. They are slightly split here as RTG look above them. The road, though, the separator in onto the fight, and as Aziz does fall, there goes the first against Headquarters, and the first here for RTG. I want to see RTG in these final 3 games. Yes, they've qualified, but show also that little bit of oomph here, Imperium, because they are one of these teams that look so darn scary, but it's the oomph that needs to come out from the mind weapon iKURD. It doesn't look like it's coming out at all as NASR have struck their first knock. They struck their first kill, or an elimination now onto the mind weapon. It's one straight back, but will they go for the push? Oleg is unfortunately knocked, which means there was no one there to be able to make that push.
See also YaLLa and Rico and Finny starting to engage a little bit on towards that Everest train, and I find it interesting that Rico decided to head towards Everest when there was no real guarantee it was going to be in phase 3. It was quite late on that phase 2 play, but again, final day, they don't really need to worry. They can take these kind of chances. Phase 3 has shifted. It's centralized quite nicely, but there's a lot of flat fields in play, so it does limit the locations in which a lot of these teams can prioritize.
Fortunately for the mind weapon iKURD, Imperium, they're being reduced to, unfortunately, a duo. Also, their Headquarters going to join them in the same unfortunate series of events. Gatka and the Noodles are going to be where Headquarters are going to be soaking it up. But I don't think they'll be able to hold it. It's a very brave location here for Headquarters. Safe for now, but it's all about where this zone goes later on. And it has, of course, centralized around Gatka Fields itself, which means those Noodles, they do get a little bit more tasty for a place to settle.
Yeah, Chopsticks is a good place to go down, so I would recommend Headquarters. If anything tries to disengage away, then again, they probably feel like they're locked in this spot, which I also understand. Twisted Minds are going to be to the south of them, but they have CONQUEROR to deal with first. Falcons coming in a little bit late towards the northern edge of the circle. 4K were going a little bit further down south, but I think recognized that Falcons were rotating, so stopped a little bit further away while Rad and NASR engage on each other.
Rad's Delhab has been knocked, but not eliminated just yet. NASR still not really focused on going for this fight. You can see 2 further back and more so looking to see if they can stop Rad more so entering on into the zone to gatekeep him away. Satan going to make a brave rotation down, look for the revive back up. Instead, will actually drive down south. Will not go for the revive. They'll abandon their teammates and instead settle down for Pachinki. So a very split Rad, but still need to come together.
And they still need to make it into the circle as well, so they should either fully disengage together or fully fight together. You don't really half play this one, considering that they're probably going to have to go through or very close to Pachinki. Now, maybe they're not expecting a team to be in Pachinki. As it happens, that's not the case. You have Stalwart UAE right around there inside the buildings of Pachinki. Nigma Galaxy are on the outskirts as they hold on to a 3-1 split. The next phase, Highland Wolf is about to pop up. I'm really hoping it stays in favor of 4K. It doesn't. It goes down south right around the chopsticks area. If it wasn't important in the previous phase, it's a hell of a lot more important than this one.
Phase 4, chopsticks, and those noodles, as I like to call them. That's what those players are going to be looking for. Headquarters. Oh, they best be brave. It's 4K. They're going to be the first ones, I think, to go down to face Headquarters and try to take the position themselves. Rip going to at least buy one back for RTG, peeking ahead over for a third party. 963 also taking down one Nigma Galaxy with 4K. They're up against the faces of RTG. Headquarters maybe have helped them here by beginning the initial knock for them and splitting the position around. Yeah, almost knocks himself there, but I think he got around the wall just in time. Cobra, not having to worry too far just yet, but here comes Rico and DDD Esports. Are they going to stop inside the compound? No, they're going to go straight in for those chopsticks itself. They're going to actually leapfrog here. 4K, yes. They're not going to be able to maybe fight or die, should I say, here to the hands of RTG. But it's position a lot more complex now as Rad as well. Going to jump on into it. It's 5 teams. It's a party here, Imperium. And everyone wants a piece of his compound. RTG, they thought they had control of this, but there's just too many bodies throwing it a problem. But still holding on for now. Rad might just go down entirely altogether. They got a shed with 3 of a minute and an A to the name.
Yeah, this isn't going to be easy for Rad. The revive's going to come through. 4K, yeah, okay, they suffered a knock to RTG, but they will get that revive back up. It's a shame that RTG happened to lose a player here, a player there, because they're doing a hell of a job, even as a duo. Would just be a little bit more confident to push on the likes of Rad's position just a little bit more up north if they had more bodies available. At the end of the day, they're just got to hope that the next circle is continued to be in their favor. Conqueror Rack have a 2-2 split, 2 on the buildings, just shy south of the chopsticks and 2 on the right chopstick of that area. So I really like that split that they hold on to. Is Twisted Minds have the southwest and the southeast or an edge of the circle locked down. That's one of the boldest 2-2 splits I've seen in PUBG Mobile.
It's no surprise, though, from if any team gonna do it, it would be Twisted Minds. They're making it work. We just found a knock for one to Jabal against 1million, so it is holding for now, albeit a risky split, as it is. Falcons, never alone. Looking for the nade on Headquarters, but he did not anticipate 4K being there, taking it down in amongst the smoke. Fuser tries the same strategy, but 4K maybe up a second, but it might just be stolen away by YaLLa as they're looking for the extra peak, the little pincer. The bullets and 8 over the top. YaLLa, Ragnar steals away the points.
Nobody pushed Headquarters on that little dip in the very edge of chopsticks, by the way, so that duo is still alive. Look, you take it. As Falcons go down, Rico Infinity, they have 2 players on the right-hand chopstick, northern, low dip.
And they've still got the zone given to them here, Headquarters. They don't have to move. They've still got everything given to them, albeit eventually someone's going to challenge them, but maybe not quite this moment. Not before at least maybe one in this south side falls as 4K, yes, NASR Rattle fighting on the kill feed. Very, very lovely indeed. Still the fight to break out on that south side as Twisted Mind sniping down Varnkit. 963 as well, coupling the pressure onto Stalwart as they go ever closer, but easy. Strikes away one also on the kill feed. NASR falling away. Is 4K even now Rico jumping in for the fight 2.
Twisted Minds, they still have a 2-2 split. I really think Dami and Vigors, that's on the very southwestern edge outside the circle now, should join up with Rokas and Nosa. Sorry, not Nosa, but the last player, Kaido. Because they have a really good opportunity to take out 963, to take out Stalwart UAE and push it on towards that south edge.
Well, this is the problem. They don't have the players. Yes, it's all being done, though, by 963. Another knock onto Easy. It is to the hands there of Nosa. Rico Infinity gonna fall. And they're also now Twisted Minds. They've got the full team there together. And Rico Infinity down means 4K. Hold also the chopsticks on the map. They shift back down onto chopsticks 2 once more. Means we're heading even closer towards it. It's part of the final zone. Stalwart, though still surviving past 1 million, as the fight still ensues elsewhere. 1 million going to be the next to drop in Rad shortly after. Here is Nigma Galaxy jumped in as well. On to the building of everyone's dreams and hopes, because everyone wants a piece of this pie. And Rad, they're going to be looking so darn tasty.
This is crazy. We're whittled down to 9 teams and 3 of them have just a solo left alive. Delhap, your time is up. Not quite. A sliver of health as another nade cooked by Roof should connect inside the sniper tower. There you go. The wizard tower is in play and down. Rad go. 8 teams are left alive. Twisted Minds did join up on that southeastern edge of the circle. Good timing, and now they can push through confidently.
They were holding off 963. Now that they're out of the equation. A beautiful nade through that shed from Twisted Minds to strike them down instantaneously. As Van Kid inside the smoke snakes his way. Tries to find Darby, gets behind the shed in time, gets under cover in time. Now he's given his position away, but Vankid strikes one onto Biggle, strikes 2. Can he find a 3rd? He's searching through the smoke, but there Darby finally takes them down, but it's the price here of 2 knocks, and it's going to delay the push by Twisted Minds. It's a zone shifts high up towards the north. 4K versus Conqueror Rat trying to give their position. Rever in around the dips. Smoke the thing protecting him as they give up 1.
4K have the most important fight of their lives right now. They clear out Conqueror Rack, they can potentially win this game, but it's traded as Golden is not mortal with an immortal nade to get a knock onto one of the Conqueror Rack players.
Missy so brings Rio down, but gonna have to stop where they stand right now to execute the revive. Golden finds Rio another knock for themselves, and Groza has to come in onto the fight. 4K behind the smoke, no one can see a darn thing, and it's all about the shots to free fire through at the correct time. The mind weapon iKURD going down at a distance, but we don't really want to know. It's for down to 4K in on the front line. Golden knocked. It's Groza finds a peak. Nigma also finding one on Kaito, but Explosion finds Rever 2. 1. Again, the trade through from 4K and Conqueror, but it's still 4K with the advantage.
No, it's not, because YaLLa are coming in for a 3rd party. A little bit of a mini nade reigns supreme. Could see the end of 4K as Open connects onto Cobra. It's going horribly wrong for 4K. Yes, they're into the top 5, but with a limited amount of elimination points and the pressure building, it's only getting harder and harder.
They had to wipe out Conqueror. They didn't wipe out Conqueror, and YaLLa has spoiled the dreams of 4K and ultra high definition on the front of their faces. 2 now down. Anaconda should be confirmed with that nade. There they go. Mortal the only one. Another nade back. Mortal trying to survive. He has to get more points, but there's no opportunity for him to. There's nowhere for him to go. Conqueror is now all back up and tasty, healthy for themselves. Strike down onto YaLLa. Conqueror holding firm. YaLLa to finish off the final 1. Mortal as the hope falls. 4K Esports eliminated in 5th, and I think with that, 4K's dreams may just be over in this tournament as Conqueror needs so to fight out this chopstick out of YaLLa to avoid the same fate. They find hope and they find a crucial knock. They waited for the opportunity. They maybe look for the second. Peek back up. They can't find a spray down to the powerful. Looking for the extra one. Will the revive come off? Is the 4 party back on to the edge of YaLLa? Is Ralph a solo polo here from Nigma Galaxy looking to give him the same treatment but it just gave here from YaLLa on to 4K.
Rokas, last player up for Twisted Minds, up to 6 eliminations. Let's see if it can be a bit of a thorn in the side for either Nigma, YaLLa, or CONQUEROR.
YaLLa still edging forward. 7 eliminations for them. We talked about them at the start of the game. Can they have a good match? Can they come out cleanly by the end of one? They've got the elimination points to answer for it, but they need that chicken dinner to get the confidence back on board. But Ralph's nade shuts it all down on into hoping to. It's a double for Ralph. Powerful, confirmed away. Nigma Galaxy, still the full squad. They got ultimate control of his zone. And again, Nigma are looking unstoppable in the second game, possibly in a row for them.
Still not going to be easy, because CONQUEROR are able to play the dips of that chopstick. That's why I said it really kind of comes down to a potential third party from the likes of Rokas of Twisted Minds and maybe the last player, YaLLa.
Nigma. Ralph is still there. CONQUEROR putting their heads up. They want to find it as the blue zone comes in. Don't want the extra angle, but YaLLa, as you say, Twisted Minds, they still want the solos there. Rokas, I imagine, though, back to the healing. Back to surviving as long as possible. There's still 2 more solos in this game, including him, to fall. And it's down to, I think, the fight here versus CONQUEROR Nigma. A beautiful, perfect nado through from Hamodi. Lands it straight down, in onto the gutter. And here's a strike on onto Kalika next. It's now Nigma. Look for the confirm to the second, but we cannot get past the smoke. They are playing so aggressive on such a flat, open zone, but they have the right to do so with a control that they have earned with those smokes.
Oh, some beautiful play by Roof, executing a wonderful smoke to take away the vision and allow Hamodi to execute a wonderful knock with that nade.
YaLLa still on the other end of that smoke, though. Aren't blinded by it. Have the eyes on here, CONQUEROR. Weather was all over it. Front and center. But the shots didn't come out. Groza there. Also an opportunity for Ragnar, but he didn't go for it. And Reva snipes him down. They caught him before he can make the shots. And YaLLa missed opportunity for them. Did not spy out the third. And CONQUEROR still holding on. Still holding firm. Is the zone still there for them? Rolk is the third. Solo here. Hiding on the edge. But it's Nigma and CONQUEROR's game to decide who wins.
Well, the advantage comes through for Nigma, but like you highlighted, flat terrain is going to potentially be the end of Nigma Galaxy as they get the knock onto one of the CONQUEROR players.
A second, though, almost, as they look for the spray in slightly to the left forever. Blue zone finally pressuring them. You can see how little of a position they have. Enigma, they're looking for the push. They're going for the revive at the same time. Instead, they leave and they look for the push all the way in. They find Enigma for the second game in a row. Their chicken dinner goes to them, and it was a push at the right time as the zone comes in. Imperium, they are looking on fire on this last stage. 2 games heading in onto the finals.
Just that PMGC back-to-back confidence of Nigma Galaxy, the experience, the execution was pretty much on point from them. It's not like they had to circle the whole game. They hang around kind of the eastern side of the circles for the most part, but the way they swung in, they took down Rad off the back of them, I believe, taking down RTG, for example, and then the way they moved in around a Chopsticks building was seriously like poetic. It was that good. It was just every single move that they made, it was done with purpose, and having that 4-man spread, it's just so clean, like ridiculously clean. And they knew that even though they had a player knocked, okay, both teams had a player knocked. And yeah, okay, CONQUEROR Rack knew they had the body disadvantage. So technically, going for the revive made sense. But who went for the push out of the two teams that had positionally the bigger disadvantage? Nigma did.
True. Yes.
CONQUEROR shouldn't have gone for the revives, because even though they probably, there's a higher chance they would have been traded, having those dips where you can go up, down, means there's technically a bit of a higher chance that you're able to get shots off without getting shot in return. And, you know, I just would have expected a bit of a stronger defense or even a stronger aggression from CONQUEROR in the end.
When you did a 30-point game, though, it came from Nigma Galaxy, not from 4K. 4K down in onto that 5th position. It was YaLLa, who I think really sealed the door, quite frankly, with him. In fact, they blew the door right off its hinges onto 4K. Difficult for them, but you also could look at mistakes from 4K. They should have cleaned up that fight quicker versus CONQUEROR.
Looking in the tail end, Rad, Stalwart, one of the two teams getting kind of low points in this game, and Rico with a surprisingly, I don't want to say poor, but just surprisingly low amount of points. It was actually great to see that the one game where, you know, Mind Weapon got 5 points, Headquarters got 7, 4K got 9. So, you know, kind of at least good to see the three teams down at the bottom on the top half of the standings. But where that leaves 4Ks, they've gotten 41 points in the first 3 games so far, with 2 games to go. Spoiler alert, they need roughly 40 points. They do need 40 points. They need exactly 40 points because they're on 112. Okay. And sorry, they need 50 points.
Not even more.
They need 50 points. So they need exactly 25 points per game in the last 2 games.
It's not impossible, okay? But they are going to need to hunt for kills so much for these points, which brings the clear risk that they just get shut down very early on, Imperium. They're going to have the team fighting of their lives here for 4K if they stand some remote chance of getting past Triple D in the bar that they set themselves. Reconfinity also still to break that 550 bar on that first page, but as we hit the second page, it only looks even more stronger for Triple D Esports. And as we know, everyone, again, a repeat to say that from 15th to above on that leaderboard, everyone is undoubtedly confirmed through by this point.
Sanhok, I know looking ahead is the kind of game where they probably could get quite a good few eliminations. And 4K, like, such a good job. 15 less games than Mind Weapon, and they're only 1 point behind. 112 in 13 games is still a really good average. That's nearly 10 points per game. That's just under 10 points per game. You know, so we got to give them that level of respect. We got to give 4K credit where it's due.
I mean, 41 points to here Imperium in 3 games is nothing to scoff at either. They've had a great day so far today. And I think, as you say, they should go out with their heads held high regardless of what the situation is, whether they make it in onto the finals or not. It's still, though, in their chance. There's still a chance to get there as we head into the offering moments for that third game for them. I think it's still a chance there for the Mind Weapon iKURD, who are, as we say, 1 point ahead of them. Equally cannot count them out.
Not going to comment on that, as RTG missed out on a big opportunity, I feel, to have a much stronger game. Once again, the lack of synergy, the lack of communication, it's really hurting RTG. I can see so much behind how they're playing theoretically, just the execution isn't quite there across the board. Twisted Minds as well, gotta give them a lot of props. I think they played some bold splits, but they joined up at the right time and they had a really good game overall, with, of course, Rogus being able to sneak in a top 3 for his team.
Mind Weapon is where it all went wrong really here. The extra split coming through from Twisted Minds, just taking them out one by one. Mind Weapon, a difficult game for them. They still had a chance for it, but it was from, I think, a beautiful position from Nigma Galaxy. Weaved their way on into this zone, weaved their way onto the final fight, and secured himself the position, secured himself the win here to Imperium. And to speak of higher things here, realistically, Nigma Galaxy looking, I think, alongside Rico and also, I think also KONQUEROR in some ways here, looking very, very strong coming on into the finals and looking, as we said, like the top of the leaderboard where they stand. But it's up to them to see if they can keep that up coming through the final 2 games.
Yeah, 110%. That's what we're going to be looking at leading into the finals, is how good those teams can be. With 2 more games to go, let's see what else can happen. A hell of a mountain to climb for both 4K and Twisted Minds. Stay with us right after this break.
Every time
Two more matches here of the PMPL Spring Split Arabia. It's Sanhok for the final match here. The surprise is my favorite map next to Miramar, because Miramar is my favorite. It's my secret love here in Imperium, but no more of that. It's the jungles this time, and it is a ridiculous amount of points that 4K, the mind weapon iKURD are going to need. If any map is possible for it, though, it is this map where the eliminations are possible.
Yes, for sure. But then it comes into its own volatility of the RNG aspect, and it can go horribly wrong in Sanhok for any team, never mind the Mind Weapon and 4K and what they need to really pull off. We see Mind Weapon, they normally drop in the north around Taplock and Cal. I imagine 1 million won't give them 2 free elimination points this time around, if I'm not mistaken. If they do, that's going to be a bit of an F in the chat, per se. And then for 4K, honestly, they just need to go down swinging. I want to see them just drop, loot up kind of basic stuff, rotate and look for a fight. Just rotate and look for every single fight. Yeah, okay, don't go in absolutely blind, all guns blazing, but have that kind of like, okay, well, we know this team drops here, this team drops there. Let's look to catch this team out first, and then we can go on to kind of this team. Just basically play with, because again, one of the biggest secrets of Sanhok, it's a worst kept secret, but one of the biggest secrets of Sanhok Highland Wolf is being able to clean up fights super quickly, being able to take an engagement and win that engagement as quickly as possible, because the longer you leave in Sanhok, the higher chance you're going to get third partied.
Look, it's an opportunity for them if they can take those kills fast and take those eliminations quick, but if you think they can do and get those eliminations at home, then be sure to jump in on to the conversation and using that hashtag PMPL, give us your own thoughts, give us your opinions. Can the 4K squad, can also hear the Mind Weapon iKURD be able to get themselves up on that leaderboard? Because it is, as we said for reference, say about 50 points here gap they need to close, and it's going to be the biggest gap, I think, for at least in my casting time here, for any team they've got to fill in 2 games.
It would be one hell of a story. That's it. It will just be one absolute hell of a story to tell with 2 games to go to get 25 points in each game. And the reason why we are highlighting so heavily on eliminations, and I would argue not just in this game in Sanhok, but even the last game, the reason why is because, yes, one thing that it will require a chicken dinner. But that's kind of beating 15 other teams, whereas you get 1 squad wipe, that's 4 elimination points. You get 2 to 3 squad wipe, that's 12 to 15 points straight away. So it brings you halfway there compared to hoping you can beat 15 other teams. It's a big, I'm going to repeat myself, super ridiculous, chungus, whatever word you want to use, mountain that both 4K and the Mind Weapon are going to have to climb in the last 2 games.
I think it's a bigger mountain given the fact that the last 2 games we've just had Imperium, Nigma Galaxy have looked unstoppable in the way in which they've been playing PUBG Mobile today. Also, given the fact that we've been seeing then even more talent come through from YaLLa, from KONQUEROR, all of these teams stepping up when it counts for the last day to try experiment, try new strategies. And given now that they can also do that freely, where 4K Esports are trying their best, trying to get onto these eliminations, trying to get the placement points, it puts not only more pressure from the other teams, but more pressure on themselves to be able to beat these other teams trying newer strategies that they're not used to as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm happy to say that we've seen some general standard gameplay in the final day of this Super Weekend as we look at the overall rankings and give you a bit of a refresher of where these teams lie. I was thinking with it being the final day, Highland Wolf, we might see some teams running a little bit wild, going a little bit brazen, essentially kind of go a little bit crazy in game, and that hasn't happened, and overall that's kind of a good thing, but also not as entertaining to an extent.
Yeah, it's maybe not as exciting, but I certainly am not excited by though Nigma Galaxy having an absolute overall banging performance in today, because I wanted to see it at the start of this tournament. Now it's coming into fruition more consistently, and that consistency is what I want to see coming through from them in the finals going into next week. DDD Esports, of course, feeling extremely comfortable with themselves in this 16th position. Yes, they may be on the bubble, but they put out such a big performance. We have to keep saying it in that second Super Weekend, which is why on this third page, these teams are having so much trouble.
The Mind Weapon, 28 matches played, 113 points. 4K, 13 matches, 112. Thank you, and much love and respect to both Headquarters and K12. We can say that it's been a pleasure to commentate you both across this PMPL Arabia so far, and I will certainly continue to have my eyes watching on how much both of these teams can improve across the halfway point of the ecosystem and coming into the PMPL full split. So even though you haven't made it into the league finals, know that one of the biggest ways a team can improve is by learning from failures and being able to grow from that. So I really hope that's the case with both Headquarters and K12.
Yeah, I think commiserations is the word that we got to use. I agree there, but it's just not being quite to the extent that we need their talent to be coming in onto the one Super Weekend these teams have had for themselves. Headquarter vote, they still got 2 more games to impress. They still got an opportunity, don't forget here, to get the $2,000 up for grabs for themselves too. So
true,
there is some hope still there for Headquarters, and also in a deceiving, evil way to take away the points, of course, from these other 2 teams on that third page at lead points.
That's fair. We could see Headquarters steal a chicken dinner away. It would be their very first chicken dinner of the PMPL Super Weekends if that was to be the case. We see the play path pretty even Stevens. We tend not to really focus too much on the playing path in these Sanhok games or how small the map is. Where have 4K gone? Where are they going? They're going right on towards Ruins. Might be able to catch out a very heavily split Rad, or even a little bit of a heavily split Nigma Galaxy. Not quite the case for the time being.
So no, first phase is also going to go here Imperium up towards that northern side, so it's not going to be too much of a question mark again in this Super Weekend if it's going to go to the south and north islands towards the western side. A series of splits though coming through here from these teams. KONQUEROR up towards Mongnai, going to draw themselves back together. Also an interesting split here from QHT. Seems to have forgotten his parachute here. He's now in the water trying to get back onto the island here for Revolution. Headquarters also going to go for that split there above, which may look to cut him off, interestingly enough.
Phase 1's popped up. It is majority on the mainland, of course, with a tickle of the northwest and southwest island in play. Rico Infinity, they loot up Paradise Resort. It's their home, it's their property per se, worth a couple of $1 million. Well, okay.
How much is it worth?
I don't know. I haven't really looked at the property market of Sanhok lately. But I'd say with Rico being the current owners, I say it's worth quite a lot. They tend to look
Quite
after
a lot
it,
of inflation.
keep it in good condition. And yeah, with the rate of inflation and the property market worldwide, I don't know what I'm saying, but either way,
I was thinking what a point, you know, like Rico are doing damn good in this series, so like I would be asking more if I'm trying to buy it off of Rico Infinity against whoever is trying to buy it off of me. Rico Infinity Esports, Paradise Resort, yes, for them. But also, I think if we're looking towards, and I'm going to have a little bit of fun with you, is it worth as much as Bootcamp? Because Bootcamp is like the center. It's like
it's worth
the city center district, you know,
but
Sanhok.
It's worth more than Bootcamp.
But location,
the reason why it's worth more than Bootcamp, yeah, even location-wise, it's definitely worth more location-wise because teams tend not to hot drop Paradise Resort, so there's technically less destruction. Plus, the name itself, Paradise Resort, is just clearly way more exotic. And if you consider every point Rico have is worth $1,000 on the value of the property, that property is worth a good $528,000. That's my logic. I'm sticking to it.
Look, the stonks are still there in Quarry, though. Over time, that place has got to be worth millions with all that mining going on down towards the south. That's where the money is held, my friend. But regardless, I also spied out at the start of this game an interesting split here from Gaga, who was also there in the same problem as QHD in the water. Gonna have to fight way through a tricky battlefield, though, of the mined weapon and also Rico there on his way up towards Tatmok.
Little bit of a shame that 4K didn't go kind of closer to Nigma's initial drop around Cam Sami, because they'd be able to kind of third party this fight between Nigma and Twisted Minds. It is what it is, as they have runes locked down, but this fight is starting to break out.
Nigma Galaxy, though, have control of the compound and Twisted Minds. They are the aggressors to these houses. Kaito, Vigors looking for again a 2-2 split, but it's Nigma who wrapped around the outside, find a knock, and a Modi is going to be down to half HP, but will not fall. Will not be knocked just yet. The elimination there also with Kaito now falling down. The two going to be the double for them. It's a quick 2 eliminations here for Nigma Galaxy. In onto the Sanhok jungle, and Dami Rolkis again. The 2-2 split did not work out for them.
Yeah, I don't know if Rolkis and Dami didn't have a vehicle to play with, but I don't get why they went for the push as just a duo. It didn't logically make sense to me. The fight has broken out between 4K and Rad. It seems like it's traded for the most part, with the player knocked on both teams, with Rafi Cobra confirming an elimination onto one of the Rad players. So it seems like control is a little bit more in the hands of 4K.
4K still one knock against him, though. One knock against him also here for Headquarters. He finally did get the revive back through, though, and I want to see Headquarters go out with a bang. As we said, they still got 2 more chances for a chicken dinner. They're one of 2 teams here, I believe, to still get a chicken dinner inside of our 20, playing in the PMPL. That other one being Rad, still to secure themselves a win. Fighting currently here against 4K Esports down in the ruins, a little bit more complex in around the ruins temple itself. There's Mortal wrapped around the side of the staircase, and Rad trying to go in on the front entrance, met by force of 4K. And they look for even more knocks. Delhap, the only one here to try to defend his team, as the 2 eliminations in onto the 3rd and in onto the 4th air for 4K.
4 points down, 21 more to go. I know that's still a hell of a journey in front of them, but a great start for 4K. I don't know how much of a targeted drop that was per se. I don't remember if 4K have dropped them runes before, but credit where it's due, they were able to rip apart the members of Rad. On the side of the north, of the circle, the mine weapon, their challenge is in front of them in the form of 1 million.
Yeah, here also the mine weapon and 1 million. A standard dance that we've seen through the ages here. Saw it in second Super Weekend, seen it here in the third. It's usually the mine weapon who do get the better over 1 million on the previous results, but they need to get one better of them one more time. Unfortunately, Gaga have already sniped away one, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trait as the elimination also comes through for Oleg. Navo going to be confirmed out surely by Gaga as the final spray comes through. Lixty there on the back end of that wall will also confirm it. Tries to bait them out with also that knock into the elimination themselves, but cannot find anything more with Lixty's help.
Yeah, Easy doing a hell of a job of trying to slow down the members of the mine weapon. But he's a little bit on his own. He has a teammate Gaga in the back line. Couple of pre-fire shots at E.T. with the UMP. Jumps up. D-Lab trying to get a bit of a first aid kit off. But all the while, E.T. continues to lay down the pressure.
Ali is in, finds the extra one. Straight back down. Almost takes down Gaga too. Ali behind a tree. Back into safety. Now the rest of the mine weapon straight on in to find a punish onto Gaga. There's no remorse for them, and they're looking for the extra one. This is the aggression that we wanted to see here for the mine weapon all day long.
Good stuff from mine weapon. Another team out. Another 4 elimination points for one of the teams that need as many points as they can get. Of course, not only the more elimination points either of these teams are able to get, but also the less players that are left in the lobby, that technically makes it easier for them to have a successful game. Now as 4K push through the trifecta, possibly up Boot Camp Hill. Yes, the members of headquarters have been able to wipe down the members of Stalwart, but that third-party opportunity could be there as a Revise will look to come out onto the members of headquarters.
I think it's not going to be fast enough, though. Headquarters clearly should be able to get the Revives back through. They've only got one more to grab, and then they've also got the boot camp to settle through on that hillside in onto the zone. Now, 4K coming in. Imagine they probably wrap around the more back side of the river, try to enter in onto the side of boot camp, take a more quiet approach. But then they also need a point. So if you are talking about a team that needs 50 points in 2 games, they may just decide to go blunt straight in on to headquarters too.
You're right. It is a little bit too late of a push for 4K. I don't think out of their own purpose, by the way, just a little bit unfortunate timing. Simple as that. Now Revolution going up against YaLLa on the northern side of Boot Camp Hill. This is normally well controlled by YaLLa, but I don't really like the spread they have. It's a little bit too linear. There's no real angles. The Revolution seems to be under control for the time being.
Headquarter. Also in the fight versus 4K, we said they may go for it. 4K, though, the knock against them. One equally back as enemy. Also downed. And a slight split here is a member of headquarters goes back to Revive. Back also up to Golden. Both low members equally sharing themselves back up to 75% before going back in onto the fight. The re-engage is so important here for 4K. Headquarters, though, straight back on top here to the replayers. Stalwart, you can see why they were able to find those kills. You can see why they were able to find those eliminations and those also points.
Perfect.
Perfect. 4K Anaconda takes down one. That's what you were looking for. It's now 3 more to go.
Great side angle play by Naya, Highland Wolf, but he just went a little bit too deep too early. A lack of communication hurt them. Headquarters down to 3. Good response by the members of 4K.
An enemy here now, as a result, has to step back. They have to readjust themselves in the position because the hill belongs here as a result to 4K. And keep in mind, all of these 5 kills, there's been not a single elimination exchange here by 4K. They've not lost a single member as a result. So they still have a 4-man strong team. They still have the full array of options when it comes to taking fights available to them. Is their next phase will begin to shift further forward. And it's going to go, but where is it going to go? Down center, slap bang onto the middle.
Overall, very healthy circle shift for the most part. It allows the south side of Paradise Resort to be well controlled, the eastern hillside just outside of Ban to be controlled, and then of course the Bootcamp Hill, which is a lockdown between Revolution and YaLLa, to be held down. So all corners, basically all sides, north, south, east, west, have massive hills that you're able to control, as well as a good few compounds in the middle if any of the teams want to full send.
Shelby. Is that a smoke? Was a Nate. Round the corner of the rock. 4K Esports. Not willing to push just yet, though. They are being patient. They're playing it for the position. Won't go too hasty. It's phase 3. Still time before it begins its approach on inwards.
I respect how 4K are taking their time on this approach, that although they know they've locked down the higher part of the hill, they could suffer the same fate as Headquarters did initially. Mortal swinging on the side is great for even just getting information in the edge of the circle. It is phase 3 blue zone. The damage isn't going to be too heavy. But as we get into phase 4, it will start to become a little more dangerous.
And you don't want to fall behind as well in the zone, so Imperium. That's why it's so crucial to have that extra angle, that information. When you've got the opportunity to do so, get the information on board, because you don't know in the future how much you're going to be caught before you get into the next play area. Headquarter. Rip. Still not moving. Neither are Headquarters in the fight. It's a mind weapon up against a greedy fight with 6 eliminations already versus Rico. They seem to be making it work. Down to 2 here. Only Banda and SK Ton in the Rico Infinity Esports. This has not gone well for them, despite how lush Paradise Resort was looking for them.
Credit to the mind weapon. I think pushing in onto Paradise Resort had its own risks. I don't think they really knew that Rico Infinity were there, but the percentage chance that they were should have been and would have been on the mines and the mind weapon, and they dealt with it very well. The patience from 4K is paid off as a bit of a catch-out comes through for enemy as he gets knocked. The confirmation nearly coming through as Rip does his best to try to respond.
And Golden still there as well. Keep in mind, on the back end, he's taking the blue damage, so can't stay here forever. And Rip and Shelby have them pinned. They've got to make the push eventually. Mortal already in onto the way to the zone. And rightly, as you say, maybe should just leave this. Leave the blue to do the damage here. And do not take over the amount of damage that you have for your healing. You can see only 1 first aid kit there. The bandage is the only other thing there before you have on the extra player.
Twisted Minds took out 3 of the Rico Infinity players and sent them away from Paradise Resort, so just Bandar left alive. 7 eliminations for the mind weapon. This is the same map in which the mind weapon got themselves a 2nd place with 9 eliminations. So if there's any game they can pull it off, it's this one.
Gotta hope. There's a chance. There's a world in which, if they can get a great result here, they need 1 more great game after. But it's Nigma Galaxy. Not having the greatest of times. They're going to be joined in death by the rest of them. Is NASR eliminate down? Ralph, 1 less of a problem, but it's freaking the back end. The real dilemma here. He's not showed himself just yet, but a jumping miracle. Put down, sit down onto Ragnarok to a double freak. And Freak displaces everyone, but finally NASR run over with Batika.
But that shouldn't have been the case. That was a bit of a disrespect, and Hamodi, the last player up, he's just gonna go full sending it and plays it through, gets the clutch, gets the squad right. NASR have just been finessed by Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy have had a phenomenal day so far. Yes, the match may not be over, but you cannot deny, Imperium, that their making today has been near to impeccable in these last 3 matches. Kills also going left and right as headquarters. A very greedy rotation on in. Punished there for 1, also 963. Losing to a fight in versus Conqueror as they also lose themselves down to a solo.
By the way, we're down to 30 players, so even though this is phase 4, there's technically a lot more landmass available. Plus, with 11 teams left, the further we get, the closer we get also to kind of making it easier for the likes of 4K and Mind Weapon to grab themselves a chicken dinner. The one thing as well is that they've all laid, both of these teams have laid very good foundations for hitting that 25-point mark in this Sanhok game. 4K, 6 eliminations with a full squad. The Mind Weapon, they have 7 eliminations with 3 players up. This is such an exciting Sanhok game.
Easier time, though, for a Mind Weapon in phase 5 as the zone goes back towards them. And away here from 4K up to the north, Bandar is not going to be able to hold that compound as a solo for them. Neither will be headquarters, but they have to either move out into that zone. I am curious, so do the Mind Weapon, as the fighting ensues here versus Conqueror Falcons 963, take that solo building you see below the S and the O of resorts?
No, they should look to just push on towards the members of YaLLa right around them. You cover your backs, then you focus on what's in front of you. It's not going to be easy either way for the Mind Weapon. Yes, technically they have to circle towards them, but it's not exactly the most comfortable spot to play in from.
And all this fighting, keep in mind, with RTG Revolution, guess who's been coming down from that hillside? It's 4K,
yes,
laying down the smoke road to try on enter into the third party. They need these points. This is a beautiful series for them. If they can get the points,
oh no,
it's going to be difficult. And there, the beautiful shots through. That was not what they wanted. Cobra is falling apart, and it all just fell to pieces. 4K Esports are deleted from the tournament here as RTG silenced them down.
I think maybe they pulled that trigger a little bit too early. Maybe they didn't know that there was 2 squads in that compound, and they thought, okay, there's only one. We can deal with one, especially off the back of the initial knock and elimination. But Revolution, they joined in with RTG and said to RTG, okay, let's have a mutual truce. Let's have a mutual truce.
And YaLLa not wanting the truce, so versus the Mind Weapon is down to a solo assignment. Needs this 1v1. Loses the health bar, but he's still up on board. Has to go around the rock, but Ragnar quick drops him down. In the dreams, crushed for both of them as iKURD fall in the 9th position. Mind Weapon iKURD, unfortunate for them. But it is how the penny falls.
I'm a little bit not heartbroken, but I'm just a little bit sad. Either way this game goes on, what a way for Mind Weapon and 4K to both put up a hell of a fight in the Sanhok game. Still one more game for them to at least make a bit of a dent and make a name for themselves as the Sanhok game rages through. RTG and Revolution still have the only compounds inside the circle, with Bandar. Rico Infinity has a little bit of a shack to his name.
They've been sitting quiet, sitting pretty. Oh, darn game of Bandar only has to survive a little bit longer. It's the solos down in the blue, feeling the pain. Is Revolution reduced down to a solo? Bandar gets the zone too. Is what more can you ask for? Here is Ragnar spies down a series of Revolution and RTG players towards the south side of his zone. Halo deleted, dispatched. Revolution down. And now to our final 5. It's Rico Infinity healing in the blue. Falcons, Nigma, keep in mind, still in the blue, but it's YaLLa the solo versus the 3 of RTG, and RTG's game to lose.
This is the kind of game that I expected all through the day as well. We're phase 7 and we're down to 7 players. Of course, 5 teams as a few are heel stratting.
Never alone. 11 more for himself. Going to be going for a while. But can they get close enough, at least the play zone, to reduce the damage? Just that little bit enough for the healing to work. Ragnar as well. Running out, though, with time. RTG, they know they don't need to go just yet. They find the beautiful shots. That was the angle they wanted onto Bandar. And Rico Infinity Esports executed away in onto 5th. Finally, Woo! 10 more there for Nigma. So many med kits for Nigma Galaxy, who have been healing the longest, by the way, but still have just as many, if not more than the rest. RTG hunting down the rest of his zone, and Ragnar watching them all, trying to kind of go for one more, but misses the shots on the rock a little bit low, and Ragnar punished for it. Is Volt that takes him out.
Yeah, still top 4 for YaLLa, as Nigma are going to guard themselves either 3rd or 2nd place. Probably a 3rd, because I think the stems from Falcon should keep them alive, never alone. I believe has just a little bit more health, but otherwise, look, this is a chicken dinner from RTG, and it wasn't the strongest team-wide chicken dinner from RTG, but they still moved into the compound fairly early. They controlled against Revolution. They swiped 4K on the Southern Hillside below, and at the end of the day, they were able to execute this game quite nicely.
If only, though, 4K could have taken that compound. You think it could have been a 4K game for them to win. Unfortunately, we only watched them full in 4K quality. Falcons, the final one to fall away. And RTG stealing away here the chicken dinner for themselves. A comfortable $1,000 in their pocket.
Yeah, I love the fact that still Hamodi and Never Alone, when they're running out of meds, are still like, look, we'll take a couple of shots, see what happens. I wonder what goes through the minds of the RTG players when that happens. They're like, what? Where are these bullets coming from? What the hell? Like, I'm sure they're not panicking, but it's just like, I'm like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. And I wasn't really expecting an RTG chicken dinner. I've been generally quite critical of them. And I will probably continue to be quite critical of RTG. Not in this whole, like, you know, I think they're absolutely terrible, but in the way of I see what they're trying to do, and I know they have the potential to hit that mark, to hit that point in their gameplay. Maybe I was just expecting a bigger scale of improvement over the time that we've had in PMPL. But I need to give them time. I need to give them their due diligence, and I need to understand that, you know, not every team is going to improve in the same scale as others, and they'll hit that mark when they hit that, and I'll stay behind them for it.
But it was still a great game through for them, and you get a win. We get a win. You get $1,000. We get $1,000 clearly for them. Falcons taking that 2nd place with their 20 points. Nigma following up a comfortable, consistent 3rd position through, but it's 7th and 8th. Unfortunately, 8 points. It's just not enough for 4K in esports and the Mind Weapon iKURD to get the points on board. It's sad because the elimination points were there. Imperium, 7 apiece. The placement points, they just fell so flat.
42 points basically are required in the last game for both Mind Weapon and 4K.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen a 42-point game from a team. Actually, I've seen it from, I think, Alpha 7, but not really in this kind of competitive setting. So I doubt that's going to be the case. But a hell of a way for them to bow out in the final Sanhok game with 7 eliminations apiece. So much credit, props, and love to both 4K and Mind Weapon iKURD. CONQUEROR getting 6 points for themselves. Twisted Minds, Rad, and Stalwart all going out with 0 points.
Yeah, I think also, to be fair, when we look at the other teams, away from those who we were hoping would have a good result here, it's also, as you mentioned at the start of today, some weird scenarios coming through from these teams who have already qualified. Yes, they may be testing stuff, but Stalwart consistently have been struggling today. Also, when you look to the Twisted Minds crew, yes, they got a chicken dinner on board in that first game, but apart from that, it's been very weird 2-2 splits coming the last 3 games from them.
But that's the kind of Twisted Minds way so far in this PMPL, and I'd say there's a heavy influence, of course, from Roguster IGL, because I see a lot of how Unicorns a lot played in PMGC, and I hope you see it too, in how Twisted Minds are playing at the moment. It's just because there's still that lack of synergy there from the team as a whole, that it's a little bit clunkier, it's a little bit less consistent, and I'm hoping that changes leading into the league finals. But this is a second page of the overall standings, and yeah, once again, I think we can confidently say the 16 teams that you see on your screen are the 16 teams heading into the PMPL Arabia League finals.
There's still, though, 3 teams here, I should mention. Rads, the Mind Weapon, iKURD, and Headquarters, who don't have a chicken dinner vote. I'm going to re-emphasize it, but there's still $1,000 up for grabs. There is still something to play for in this final game. And to be fair, to play for $1,000 is no small feat here, Imperium. And it would be what a way to go out for still the Mind Weapon, iKURD, or Headquarters to, yes, not make it in, but be $1,000 richer.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, because Zute, of course, plays on the money side quite a bit. Not in a bad way, but he plays on it quite a bit. And I think that the point you make is really valid coming into this last game, because it is a motivational tool. It is there to kind of say to these teams, look, there's a reason to want to finish first other than the points, get rewarded for it, get the job done. So I really hope we see either Headquarters or the Mind Weapon close out this final game.
Yeah, Rad as well. Been searching. Is it now 45 games without a chicken dinner here, Imperium? Can they also do it?
Well, look, that's why I didn't mention them, because they've had way more games to do, whereas Headquarters and Mind Weapon, okay, Mind Weapon has had 2 super weekends, but you know, it would just be a nice way to close out PMPL Arabia for both of those 2 teams.
Yeah, for sure. Rad as well can get even more money when it comes to the finals. It's not a luxury, unfortunately, the 2 others have. Nigma Galaxy, yes, a phenomenal day for them once more. I think a NASR crew who have been looking a lot stronger. But yes, they didn't look strong in this game, but I do have to mention it here, Imperium, that NASR in his best opera moments have been looking throughout the rest of today, throughout the previous days of the super weekends, a very strong team overall.
Yeah, they have. They got 81 points in the first day of Super Weekend 3, but it was 21 in day 2. And again, I genuinely want to put that down to trying different things, experimenting there. An org and a name that have a lot of experience and a lot of history in PUBG Mobile, so it's great to see them overall looking very strong in this spring split of 2022.
Very nice, but so is also a nice one final game of Erangel to decide who takes that final $1,000 off of the table. We'll see you guys there after one more ad break. One more game, 1,000 more bucks to be won here at the PMPL Arabia Super Weekend. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Imperium bringing you that final Erangel match. But if you want to get your hands on something just as beautiful, it is down there below the Oppo Reno 6 series. With upgraded performance and upgraded fun, you can celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 Series C, designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Just as beautiful as the Imperium over there, but not quite. The Oppo Reno 6 still more beautiful.
I'm like modeling an invisible Oppo Reno 6. It's like,
should I do that too?
Isn't that how? Like pretend this spoon is the Oppo Reno 6 and it's just so shiny, so gracious, so beautiful. Oh, see, there you go. There you go. I've instantly sold the Oppo Reno 6.
That's how you sell it. You just go to people's doors and you're just like, look, if you want a phone, just imagine this spoon.
There you go.
Yeah. That's what we're missing out on. That's what we're missing out on as well. But hey, don't miss out, though.
Yeah. Go on.
Look, I was going to say, don't miss out on your own opportunity to give us your own thoughts at home, okay, Imperium? It's not just all about the Oppo Reno 6. I want to hear about them, too. And jumping in onto the conversation using the hashtag PMPL. Tell us your thoughts about these super weekends. What do you think about the finals? Who is going to win it when it comes on to those final 16 teams next week? It's going to be an 18-match rumble overall. But Imperium, for that 18-match rumble, as we said, it's one more Erangel match to take it through. If anything, the only thing I'm hoping for right now is if we get an ocean zone. Like an ocean zone would just be like so good right now. Like, you know
what? I've battled with the Zute curse for nearly 14 days of broadcast per se, give or take. I've battled with the Highland Wolf curse for a ridiculous amount of games. You know what? For the final game of the Super Weekend, I'm with you, man. Give us a volatile circle. Give us the craziest, wildest circle shifts that we've ever seen. I want to see, like you said, very water finish. Something like the very southern edge of Primorsk.
Ooh.
That kind of water finish, right? That's the kind of circle finish I would absolutely love to see. Either that or at least, in the least, a military island finish. That'd be nice.
Do you know where I would love it to go? Just because we saw a taster of it, but we never got to see it all the way, was up all the way to Zarki. I would love to see that very top spot used. Because not only is it ocean, but we could tell, I think, by the way in which those players were avoiding it when it went to that shift once, that I don't think the players are as familiar with that part of the position of Erangel, albeit maybe Rico Infinity Esports who do go there.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I wouldn't say no to, because I don't think I've ever commentated a Zarki finish, and I don't know if there's really been a Zarki finish ever in the history of competitive PUBG Mobile. But there's a first for everything, and that's the thing we're highlighting it, because with all due respect, outside of the money, there's just not, there's nothing, it's a very anticlimactic finish in that regard. The top 16 teams are secured. There's just not enough points overall or not enough games left for the likes of 4K and Mind Weapon to get into the top 16. And that's sometimes that's going to be the case. Sometimes it's not going to be the case. We just got to deal with the hand that we're dealt.
I wouldn't be opposed, though, to seeing a 42-point game either from 4K Esports or the Mind Weapon iKURD. Do I believe, based off of statistically, not my own thoughts, but statistically here, through all of the previous games that we've seen them play, Can they get 42 points? No. I would more look towards a team like Rico Infinity Esports or potentially Nigma in the way they're playing today to get that type of points on board. It's still possible. As you said, there was one time when out of the 7, yes, in a different scenario and different lobby, we're able to get those points. I've seen it at least, I think, once before in a PMCO, but it is extremely rare. And it also relies on, I think, the zone giving everything to 4K or to the Mind Weapon iKURD and saying, actually, everyone else has to come into you.
Well, so far, it is definitely a little bit of a volatile Phase 1 in comparison to the playing path, but nothing really massively off kilter, as it is just a bit of the water in play over on that eastern side. Yeah, okay, there's a tiny shade of military island in play, but I realistically can't see it ending there. The best that I can ask for is YaLLa finish, or we have seen it in PMPL, I'm not sure if it was with you or with Zute, a prison finish, a direct right in the middle prison finish. That was a pretty crazy game.
Indeed. Also, though, the zone being more towards this eastern side. Yes, a prison finish. It was with me that we got to cast that one. That was a
Bingo.
Interesting one. A lot of flops. It was intriguing also to how then it shifted back in onto the 4-stack. 963. Looking for the shot so versus Twisted Minds. And unfortunately, Volkers is not even got a duo partner here. He's on his own. And Zuxi, I think, wants this extra elimination.
Yeah, 963 don't normally kind of drop here. So I get why Rokus, you know, had no idea in that regard. It's just quite obvious that 963 got here first off the back of Rokus looking for a vehicle. So not only will 963 grab a bit of a free elimination for themselves if it comes to be that way, but it'll also get themselves a free vehicle. I think they've actually stolen Rokus's vehicle away.
Rokus feels bad, man. Kaito's got a vehicle though, a beautiful green buggy. Gonna have to come in to save him, but only in oh so much danger. It's 963 still in control here. And yes, you're right, 963 don't usually go here. It's Twisted Minds who were opting to settle, thinking that we would have this compound themselves, not taking it directly. But 963 handshake it away, as they will just take the vehicle,
that is
steal it into a red one from a green one, and will just swipe themselves in onto Zuxi further ahead.
Solid reaction by the whole of Twisted Minds for the most part, as Dami looks to support Rokus, but I'm still really surprised that Rokus was able to get away with that. I think it was lucky that he was able to pick up a smoke or two when he did loot up that one building and the shack, because that's what gave him a little bit of protection and took away the vision for the members of 963 as Dami then picked him up. Either way, this game is continuing to play out. 4K on the very western side of the map. The Mind Weapon down in Primorsk. So we're going to have to swing in on that western side of the circle. The Mind Weapon could go for something absolutely wild in the form of a rotation through Military Island. I wouldn't be opposed to it. It would be a very outside of the box kind of rotation, but it would be the kind of rotation where you just don't expect a team to pull out, and it is going to be technically less congested initially. I say initially, but of course it still means you'd have to like rotate on towards that eastern bridge, and that in itself has its own problems.
You know, Western Bridge not really a problem. I think it's also not really a problem getting through to South Island. It's more to the fact that the Eastern Bridge, yes, it isn't controlled by any team realistically. It's more taken up consistently across the game by different teams as the match progresses. So there's always going to be someone there, Imperium, that can stop you on crossing that Eastern Bridge if you jump in to try to cross there. Also, Revolution, I'm surprised they're actually holding back too. I would expect a Revolution to play like we do against Triple D when 1 million are here, especially considering 1 million did have to bypass through Revolution to get to Novo with the instance of his playing path earlier. So not actually spying that one up, trying to sabotage 1 million crossing that Eastern Bridge as they usually do. A different series of events coming through from Revolution overall.
I think a part of that is because Revolution only started this game as a 3-person team. They haven't lost a player or anything like that. It's just how they came into the lobby. So maybe they want to play a little bit of a, I suppose, a cleaner start because having that player taken out. This is a kind of cluster and the threat that teams face when they are playing in on that western side of the circle, right? KONQUEROR, Headquarters, Nigma Galaxy. That's why I even call that kind of, you know, crazy wild idea of the likes of Mind Weapon moving through the military island rotation on this phase 1, but leaving it as late as they have Highland Wolf, it does allow for a little bit of a smoother initial entry point on the western edge of the circle.
I really want to see some great rotations coming through from Headquarters. I want to see some great rotations coming through from 4K. I want to see some great rotations coming through from the Mind Weapon iKURD. I think we talked about taking team fights too much for the Mind Weapon. I think it has been the per rotation, so for the other two, they have definitely cost them in a crazy amount of games through the whole of which they have played in some of the Super Weekends, some of the overall league stage. The per rotations, phase 2, phase 3, not really the planning involved has been the problem. If they can redeem themselves so in this one game, they can get themselves, as we say, that chicken dinner that they have been alluded so longingly for. Headquarters and the rest of them maybe have a space in my heart for the success I think that they've all showed in some of at least their games that they have been in also.
Headquarters said you wanted clean rotations, a very deep rotation on this phase 1 for themselves, but they do get a bit of a spot, a lovely set of buildings inside the more central part of this phase 1. Shelby's locked, but I doubt Twisted Minds are going to look to push on it. They're surrounding them, maybe grabbing the vehicles and getting closer, etching nearer and nearer seems to be the case. I thought they were going to hold back a bit and wait for phase 2 to pop up, but that is not the case. At the end of the day, this is the final game of the PMPL Arabia Super Weekend.
Still one more game, as you said. Twisted Minds jumping away like bunnies over onto the hill of Headquarters, beginning to surround them. You can see the pinch beginning to form as the next phase also will form anew. Rolkis looks for the nade over the window. Will it land? Goes slightly low, slightly to the left. Naya gets away.
That's why I said Twisted Minds were surrounding Headquarters, and even though it leaves them a little bit at risk of being picked off one by one, so many angles of information are being given over that however Headquarters reposition from Twisted Mind's nade, Twisted Mind bullets, they're walking into the path of bullets and nades from another member of Twisted Minds.
NASR Esports still looking at a plethora of bodies onto the fight versus here. Nigma Galaxy, also the Mind Weapon iKURD, but it's Nigma who will fall first down to the solo, and NASR has cleaned them up. The Mind Weapon, though, finds one. Nigma Galaxy trade, but it's no elimination through. Instead, NASR Esports, they take through the elimination onto the Mind Weapon iKURD. Dealer moving very further forward. Looks for here NASR. NASR though still holding strong. Go back into the building for the protection of 4 walls, but they are still searching. Finds eventually one. Are pushing so hard onto NASR, but NASR are there to stop them. But Asama doesn't care. They've got 1 HP on a health bar, but 1 HP is all you need. Finally goes down. The hands of NASR, no. The final one through from Naba, and I think of a poor fight planned by the Mind Weapon iKURD.
Yeah, overall, like why the hell was Nabo kind of snaking and waiting so quietly like that when his team are full on taking the fight? You should have been looking to push in that regard. We have seen fights start to really break out left, right, and center. Stalwart UAE under pressure. They go down completely. Headquarters got absolutely blown to smithereens by Twisted Mind. So we're 11 minutes in and we're down to 12 teams, 43 players. The craziness of the final game is starting to seep into the minds of these teams.
And for this zone, it's still totally in the air as well, Imperium. There is nowhere really that these teams know where they want to go, but because at least we only have 12 teams, there is also going to be more space on the map, and because there are so many locations on that map
beautiful.
too, that is why it's going to be less fighting. But there's still one more spot of fighting here between, as we say, 963, Conqueror Iraq. One grenade over, did find a knock onto Groza. Groza now being flushed down with a health bar. No one's in that shed though, but it's still a beautiful check-in. No, sir. Continuing further forward, but the smoke's very defensively used by Conqueror Iraq. They need to revive Groza barely in time. I think they found it. Yes, they did, but it was on the last tick of the HP bar for Groza. Whoever gets it. In 963, without that extra kill, move away.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a mistimed opportunity from 963. Yeah, they might not have known how many players were inside that building from the side of Conquer Iraq, but based off the initial knock, they should have pushed at least together as a 3-person team, whereas having a 2-1 split, it just meant they couldn't really do much other than chuck a couple of nades and hope for the best. Although, maybe they were waiting for this next circle to pop up, and by suppressing Conquerac, they could technically move ahead of them earlier. That would also make sense. So I'm going to kind of give them a pass in that way from 963. It's a good centralized shift, by the way. Highland will still a good chunk of Yasnaya Polyana, but I'm looking at the Lion King Hill and the side of oh my god, Mansion. There you go.
Yes,
those are the two areas that I'm looking at the most.
Yeah, the Lion King Hill, I think that hill's slightly below here, Yasnaya Polyana, and the Bale Hills where YaLLa are. That's where I'm really looking towards here, Imperium. I'm thinking YaLLa with their position going to be great, not only to look over Bale Hills themselves, but also you can see across that more side to the east. You can see across back to the south side of the zone. With that little bit of a dip, you've got the forest there too. That will protect you just slightly from those later rotating teams. Rad, the other one of our teams, speaking of those who need this game still in the back, is they still 45 games now in, not a chicken dinner to be seen. They are hungry boys.
The one thing that YaLLa, I think, are making a tiny bit of a mistake with is that it looks like they don't have a player up on top of the hill above the Alamo compound. I think if they have at least one player on the hill above the Alamo compound, they're able to get information on the more northern side of the circle. As it happens, they're sending Sanji either across the road or to the side of the road in, I think, one of the shacks that's there. That makes sense because it allows him to cross-play onto the likes of NASR, for example, get some suppressing fire, get some information, and just create a bit more space for the rest of the team. So one of the two options that I would like to have seen YaLLa do has now been executed by them. So overall, good stuff from YaLLa.
Still, the fight's going to be met, though, also not from YaLLa's path, but from here 1million, moving in past NASR. NASR not quite quick enough to the draw, though, as Gaga will get away in there. Also, Itty through from 1million, also gonna escape in onto the center of this zone, but we do walk in onto YaLLa, and YaLLa strikes that one knock. Also another back on NASR. They were at least able to find one, so it's a quick 2 away, but it's NASR who took the elimination points from YaLLa.
Okay, I'll take this Alamo compound finish with the Yasnaya fields in play. It's not the most exciting, but certainly is very interesting. Sanji, yet to be caught out. Chucks a nade, but it goes a little bit too far. Sorry, not a little bit too far, a little bit too far away.
1Million still in the pit though. They find YaLLa. They fend off themselves from the lions around them. It's Sanji. Nade over. Looks for the knock into the elimination. Slightly further back though is here powerful. Also over the top of the hillside. Looks for the extra angle. Going even behind them now. They've got one vehicle to their name. They've got a few more, but maybe they don't want to get out of here just yet. They still want to hold this position. Itty looking for the bait, trying to draw out the members. Look for the punish. Corsair onto their knock, but it was the crawl away that saves them. Powerful as well. Spied out as YaLLa retreat further back, but it's still a third team here in also Twisted Minds Imperium that can still press onto them from the back south side.
Interesting that YaLLa took the risk to go for the revive. It worked. Luckily, because 1Million didn't really want to commit onto this. Sanji's still staying a little bit further away from the rest of his team, which I don't disagree with. The Phase 4 Blue Zone starting to now push in teams who are over on towards the east, such as Falcon, 963, and CONQUEROR. They have the smaller side of the road to deal with. While the fields of Yasnaya very much in play as Rico Infinity keeps prestige on the southern edge of Yasnaya on one of the high buildings to be Overwatch. That is perfect from Rico.
CONQUEROR on the edge, so they're also spying down 963. The fight still following between both of these teams on into the zone. But look at the split through. That solo inside the zone Nosa has bigger problems as Revolution, also the two there, spy them down. Smoke to separate, to try to buy the time. A beautiful nade though onto Smoker through from Nosa, and that's the extra little nade, that's the extra little play into the run over that they needed. Nosa 1v2s takes down Revolution.
Good stuff. Revolution R&D crumble to smithereens. The last game of the PMPL Arabia is an early bath for them. CONQUEROR, like I said, one of the teams that are on the smaller side of the road, will be able to now take a bit of an isolated fight onto Twisted Minds, put their third partying onto 963 to an extent. Good level of vision, but they're going to get stabbed in the back by Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, Darwin chucks a nade over. They've still got at least one knock throw against them. That nade goes wide though. Second doesn't find it. The hillside is a little bit too much, but it's not enough for the vehicle to stop them. And 100 miles an hour over their heads as they're crushed. And an extra one for good riddance as their Twisted Minds will find the final few. CONQUEROR eliminated completely through to the hands of the extra two. Dami figures the duo stand strong. 4K gonna lose one nose to the wrap around here. Donuts through from Damar as he looks straight in for the next, and it's free. Maybe trying to find it through the smoke, but there's no one home. Damar doesn't care anyway, so the Blues don't an extra tick enough for Cobra to take him down, but there's still three angry Falcon bursts swooping down onto 4K, and it don't look great here on the screens on their position here on the blue zone, closing in the blue zone, engulfing them away, send them happily away from the PMPL Arabia as Falcons drive off.
And now Falcons are just gonna have to full send it in and towards the open fields. They don't know where to go. Rico Infinity throw the shots in all directions, but they at least make it closer to the edge of the circle. Will they know that Twisted Minds are close by as they also fight for their spot in the eastern edge of the circle? All the while, Hyde and Wolf YaLLa sitting pretty inside the Alamo compound.
Yeah, we haven't had to do all that much here, Imperial. We've been sunbathing in the green rolling hills of Erangel for his final game. And here, finally, Rico from their great position starting to crumble too. A knock onto Prestige earlier means that the revive needs to come out from the other two on the edge of the zone. Is just shy here of what was the Beryl Hills, back down away into YaLLa, still controlling this zone. RTG 963 also going to be stuck in their own positions too, as there's no real escape from the Beryl Hills once you put yourself down in onto the war zone.
Lovely shots by Edie of 1 million. He's waiting, twist of minds. You're down to one player. Vigor is on his own, and he's just going to kind of drive around. It doesn't really matter to him, to be fair. And down he goes. 1 million, pick up another.
Rad still vote. 4 members. Should I say 3 members strong here? Actually, no, they are 4. I was correct.
Really?
I can count to 4. Oh my days. It's a miracle. Is Satan gets behind the bush. Looks forward for now also RTG Esports, but they're occupied here versus NASR. Their eyes are dead set on the nades over the top of them, but Rad don't really care. They look for the fight over onto RTG. This is still the 3-man, the 3-team war waging between them all. In the zone, heading in onto them on phase 6, of course, means that all the eyes now laser beamed onto these holes, onto the barrel holes themselves.
Ah, man, Rad, could we look at them capturing their very first chicken dinner of the PMPL Super Weekend in the very final game? They're in a hell of a spot. They have the hard cover. They're on the edge. The dips are the priority for all of the teams around them, right? 963 hold on to one dip on the eastern edge. RTG dip on the western edge. Rad can just wade around and strike third party all around them.
YaLLa, who have had this compound all game, now need to wake up. Need to get out the bed. Need to get the tan that they got on and show them, all of these players, what they've got. YaLLa Esports still to make it inside of the phase 6 zone. So are Falcons, though, equally, to be fair. 4 kills, yes, they've got, that's great, but they don't have a position to hold to their name. And that zone is closing ever more as NASR, at least one hole out of these barrel holes has been opened up. But RTG swoop in to stave over that extra one. There's 1 million. Itty stolen now as the 4 members of RTG close in.
For whom the bells tolls, who will ride the lightning in the final game of the PMPL Arabia? It's looking good for YaLLa, but they do have to push from the hillside into the edge of the circle, and they're going to be exposed in the open.
Right. 4 members strong. Is this Rad's game here? Finally, after 45.
Come on.
To get a chicken dinner. It's up to them. The only ones that are these remaining teams still to get a win under their belts. The knock goes against them, but they've got the tank to protect them. There's RTG still in occupied. The fight versus YaLLa. YaLLa, the bigger threat here is still they need to get on to zone phase 6. Oh, it hurts. And they know it. They go in. They go for the Hail Mary play versus 963 instead. As the zone goes up north above them all, and it's to Rad. This is Rad's game.
Yeah, but then their position becomes a bit of a focus. It all depends on how much bloodshed can be shed between RTG, YaLLa, and the rest of the teams around them.
YaLLa still surviving, though, the entrance in. They got to survive the fight. RTG looking for the flank. Zuxi is there on the wider angle. Rico dispatched away by Falcons, so is Zuxi on that flank. They were able to do the damage. They didn't go down, but at least 1-for-1 trade. But it's to the hands of Rad, the third party on Kasarum is hoping, says thank you very much, opens the corridor and walks straight on through it.
No way.
But it's not enough. 963 stole it away. Take the final one, and Rad, Satan, yes, they got the extra peak, but they're punished straight back down. Another knock against them.
Falcons still alive as a duo. Hell yeah. But they do have to move a little bit closer. I believe an initial knock by them onto Satan has given them a little bit of time. But like I said, the focus is on Rad's position. So the bloodshed has come through, and we're left with 3 teams looking in their direction.
963. Still a duo of himself to close in on the zone. They've got the extra position. Falcons, they've got the smokes coming in from the side. Rad have to control everything. We've got all 4 members to do it. They've got the options there to do it too. The zone has gone towards them. But RTG Esports, the next one with 3. Also behind 963. Looking for that position. (963) Imperium then walking forward. RTG though is behind him. That smoke dissipated. Enox has been found. The zone is there, but it's RTG who got booted by Zuxi, but Yusuf boots Zuxi back. And it's a big old willy to the face as Yusuf slaps him around the cheeks with it. And Sadat is now going to say thank you very much for clearing out the path forward. That was our threats. That was our problem. All of these extra duos, all of these extra trios in our faces. We didn't know who to turn to, but you reduced them down to a solo and a duo here for ourselves. And all is that chicken dinner looking like it's in the oven. It is looking like it's been heated up to 180. And it's been 4 hours, but it takes 5 to cook. Can they fend off for just that extra amount of time? Falcons now down to the extra solos here. RTG are in the blue, and 963 have nowhere to go. No, sir. He's a solo player, but I don't think he can pull off miracles because he ain't a miracle maker with his position in this match.
And this is it. 4v1v1. Rad's $1,000. It's pretty much guaranteed to be in their back pocket, but they've yet to execute the closing moments of a game so far. Can they do it this time around?
They looked like they were falling down, Imperium. They looked like they were slipping, heading into the finals. This is a statement play, not only for the $1,000, but to prove that Rad are here to compete, coming in onto the fresh scores next Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Delap gonna fall, unfortunately, for his interesting running in onto the tank. Is Rad, though. They're here to save him. It's okay. We've still got an extra player. Rad Delhap can still use his body. Still use it as a bait, and they find out with the extra moves closer. The RTG member down to 2. 963. Next on the list, and it's no escape. Rad with a chicken dinner. $1,000. It took 45 games, but Imperium, they got that bread.
We may not have had a team fighting climactically for the final spot in the league stage, but I gotta say, an overall very satisfying finish to the PMPL Arabia Super Weekend Games, having the final game won by a team who had yet to secure that game across the Super Weekends. Well done, Rad. I really hope that gives you guys more confidence leading into the finals. Of course, like you highlighted, the extra $1,000 in their back pocket.
Still, though, as you said, the confidence, that is a bigger reward here also when it comes to the final specifically. Having that mental boost to get in on that chicken dinner to say that we can win a game. That is what Rad really needed to going into these finals, because, as I said, they were beginning to fall down in their overall look on these matches in this Super Weekend specifically. But it is also, I think, commiserations, as we say, to our final match. They needed a 40-pointer. It was unlikely, but it didn't happen anyways. The Mind Weapon iKURD and also 4K Esports, who are now officially eliminated from contention of that top 16.
Yeah, of course. We'll be going through the overall rankings and closing things out later on. But match rankings are here. Rad, 21 points. First place right, as players, as a full squad, you know, they finish that game out on their perspective. They go into the summary and they see first place. It must feel absolutely damn good for them as 963 grab themselves a second place.
A big result there, I think, from 963 as well. Also needed that confidence booster. RTG Esports KURDSQUAD again getting those 15 points, showing that they can play as a team. I think for RTG, showing that they were able to hold that position too so well, at least while it lasted for themselves, those 15 points. They were able to muster a little dip in on to their great result there from Nigma Galaxy. It's a unfortunate series of game there for them, 0 points. Stalwart UAE, though.
Yeah.
I think the bigger question here for Stalwart, because they also had a very poor series of days and games here in this Super Weekend, and they are competing in next week's Super Weekend. Or so I should say finals.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions for me on whether Stalwart can actually perform in the league finals. I've talked about it already. I talked about it yesterday. It remains to be seen. I want to be positive and optimistic and lead into the fact that these kind of games in the final Super Weekend were test things, were trialing different elements of their play style, and it didn't look like they were playing extremely normal or extremely confidently in these games. So
Yeah.
I'll wait. I'll hold my judgment until we get to the finals, because to be fair, that's when the performances are really going to matter.
Yeah, and also I think the other teams, when it comes to mattering, is also teams like 1 million. Now, 1 million as well, they had a slightly better result here in one of their games, but I think also equally the concern there, yes, hold off on to the finals for their overall results, but they definitely haven't been the strongest team out of all of these 16. You can see a lot better consistency, a lot better results through from those on this top page. I think particularly Falcons have impressed me quite a lot, coming from the first Super Weekend down on that second page of the leaderboard, now
Yeah.
rising and solidifying their spot since then in that first page in 7th.
Yeah, when it comes to the finals, there's always going to be teams that are going to struggle more heavily, right? There's always going to be, you know, somebody has to finish last. And I think 1 million are one of those teams that will probably be in the bottom 4, bottom 5. Maybe not in the first day, but I think as it comes in towards day 3, I'm glad you mentioned Falcons, because I don't think maybe I've spoken highly enough of them. Maybe I haven't really put enough of a focus on their improvements across the games. They've played a bit hot and cold at times, but I think they've had a really positive run in the tail end of these Super Weekends. But this is your top 16. The question is, with Triple D securing a spot in the league finals with only one Super Weekend underneath their belt, can they repeat that performance in league finals? If they do, they could be in the top 3, and that would be a hell of a surprise.
I think there, if you talk about hot and cold, Triple D are the team that are the definition of that phrase, Imperium. They have been extremely hot in this Super Weekend. It was why they got to where they are in the 16th position of only 15 games, the lowest played at any of these teams getting to the top 16. And they have showed that they can take games too, but they have also showed us that they have had many, I think, games where they just have not had at all the result that they would have liked. Unfortunately, there also are 4 bottom teams, and it has to be 4 always. The Mind Weapon iKURD, 4K Esports
Yes.
Headquarter, and KURD12 Esports, who just unfortunately couldn't do enough. I think that 4K, though, honestly, out of all of these teams, 122 points in 15 games, they should be going out with their heads held high, including a chicken dinner.
Yeah, for sure. They've had a couple of standout performances, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. Overall, all 4 of these teams should walk away with their head held high. I say that because nobody's going to be more disappointed than themselves in their own performance, right? It's very easy for each of these players and each of these teams to be their own worst enemy. So it's not for me to kind of beat on that. I want to say thank you to Mind Weapon iKURD, 4K headquarters, and Card 12 for putting yourselves out there game after game, week after week in the fight for the PMPL and competitive PUBG Mobile. I hold a lot of respect and an honor for you guys with that, and I have nothing but respect. I really want to see you all come back much stronger.
I think I echo that sentiment as well. They had some really amazing standout performances. We also saw them be able to take some chicken dinners away, and we saw them at their best. Then they can really outperform even the best teams out of our top 16. But to head back to our top 16 to Imperium, I am also curious about the other teams that didn't compete in this Super Weekend, Dunak and also KAMIKAZE alongside Triple D.
Yes.
Can they now warm themselves back up going into the finals for those 18 games?
KAMIKAZE are a little bit similar to Stalwart UAE, but in a bit of a better position. At one point, they were fighting for the top 3 in the overall rankings of the Super Weekends, and it was a big surprise that they didn't make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. And an element around that we do need to consider as well, seeing as you mentioned Dunak and we touched upon Triple D, has a lack of games, a lack of experience in the 3rd Super Weekend hurt them in their research, in their preparation for the league finals? Will they feel out of practice? Will they feel out of, to an extent, focus? Yes, they can watch the games, they can study, they can VOD review of these 3 days, but it's never the same as being in the heat of the moment, being in the heart of the action and learning from that.
Yeah, I think Dunak as well, particularly being very close to having been eliminated in that 2nd Super Weekend by the skin of their teeth. I think then redeeming themselves over their, I think, consistent results that they've still had through their Super Weekends. Albeit it was points by points. So it is them alongside all of our 15 other teams who will be making it in onto our finals. Their 10th, 11th, and 12th of March here, same time, same place. Myself, Imperium, and also Zute going to be joining you there for what will be the 18-match knockouts here for who will be crowned the spring split here, PMPL Arabia champion. We'll see you guys then.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.